Okay. Okay. Hey, folks. How's it going? Whoa. 4th of July. Bro, who cares? Who actually gives a fuck? Wow. It's not even a very old country. Why would you care? Ooh. How are you feeling? Still shit. I don't know. Fucking. I'm gonna take the weekend off after this, but can't take 3 days off. Not after being away. No, 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 no. Gotta give some. And I also, God, I said I would read today. I said I would read today. Hmm. I also woke up sick today. Wasn't me. Hmm. Craig, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Let's have a look. Go and read, nerd. No, but I was going to read on stream. What are you talking about? I was supposed to read the, what'd you call it? I was supposed to read the articles about the aid center shootings. Yeah, that was the whole plan. What are you talking about? Fuck. But not right now. Not right away. Whoa. Reading is for prisoners. True. Just like working out and eating 3 meals a day. That's all for prisoners. Fuck that. Ooh. Today is the worst day ever, but at least box. Wait, why is today the worst day ever? What, because of American patriotism? I don't know what happens on 4th of July in America. Don't they just have a bunch of parties and do dumb shit? Is it like the UK? Like is it like or like Australia Day or some shit? Is it just like a total piss up? Do people just get shit faced and fight and shag, date rape? Is that what they do? Or oh, the big beautiful bill passed. That's true.
It's actually 4th of July tradition to study Iranian capabilities. This is true patriotism.
Well, someone's got to do it for the defense of the nation. True. Thanks to $10. Let's do a little goal, a little modest goal today. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Also, to the person who gave me £100 for my birthday on PayPal, very discreetly, thank you very much. Wow. Man. Okay. I guess I should watch this first. Okay. What's going on Reddit? What? Okay, the H3 Reddit is pretty schizo. I don't think anyone is prepared for what they just did with ICE. This is not simple budget increase, it's an explosion, making ICE bigger than the FBI, the US Bureau of Prisons, DEA, and others combined. It's setting up to make what's happening now look like child's play, and people are disappearing. Wait, they're making ICE bigger than all of these things? Wait, what's the increase? That's crazy. That's fascism, bro. Blah, shit. Okay, ICE budget increase, big, beautiful bill. Boring woman from the H3 Discord made fun of Spider and he got very upset. Wait, did he? I want to see that. I want to see the H3 woman shitting on Spider. That'd be funny. Take him down. So what's the ICE spending going from and to? The existing budget was about 8 billion. 8 billion. You should watch Marwan Barghouti. It would be Mustafa, not Marwan. Marwan wouldn't be on Piers Morgan. Getting destroyed by Dershowitz on Piers. Okay, no. They sound cringe. So wait, what are they increasing? Oh, it's going from 8 billion to over 100 billion. Okay. That's quite much. 4th of July. Hang on, where's my Reddit? Give me my one. Why are dead Palestinian civilians called martyrs? It's just how they talk. What? Iranian spy arrested in Denmark for gathering info on Berlin's Jewish community. Oh no. These are the sleeper cells. We're learning about the sleeper cells for the first time. Iranian spy suspect arrested in Denmark for gathering info on Berlin's Jewish community. Thank you, ad blocker. Thank you so much. Federal prosecutors said in a statement that the Danish national, identified only as Ali S., in line with German privacy rules, was arrested on Thursday in the city of Aarhus. Gathering information on Berlin's Jewish community locations. Arrested in Denmark. Huh. Interesting. Possibly carrying terrorist attacks. Ooh. So he's an Iranian national? But we don't know if he's anything to do with the... Oh, it's suspected of doing it for Iranian intel. Well, that's crazy. But like we don't really like, you only hear about these Iranian sleeper cells in the occasional annual or quarterly intel report from Western nations. But I don't really know if they've ever actually done anything big. But it is quite wacky to think that they could just like, what if they just want to activate a bunch of these guys at once and cause some trouble? Oh well. Sorry, but why the heck does Lornabox keep debating Teuton on stream? Yeah, that's probably... He does have his mask off moments. The same people that defend attacking Iran would have defended Iraq war. Interesting. You can't help but notice the similarities. The same people yelling we have to attack Iran before it's too late are probably the same people who were all in the Iraq war train back in 2003. It's the same copy-paste fear tactics. If war comes next, then it's more instability, more dead civilians, and the region embroiled into more chaos. Okay, so they haven't actually explained why it's the same, but okay. Tons of reasons. The difference is that the intel behind the Iraq war was just fucking trash. Like they kept all the accusations they made against Saddam and the pretense for Iraq was false. They said that Iraq was like and Saddam was in cahoots with Al Qaeda, which is like that just wasn't happening. So I don't fucking stupid. This is a bad Reddit post. Bad post. Downvote. What are they? ContraPoints. Bigotry of low expectations is a right-wing talking point used against black people in America and to justify war on terror. Really? So you can never call someone out for the bigotry of low expectations because you might be anti-black. Removed from Destiny. Okay. What did Lornabex get wrong? His take was poorly thought out and did not contribute anything positive. His mindset was, how can I somewhat give Israel benefit of the doubt? Why do I still have people like this in my audience? Why are they still watching me? The fuck? Hmm. So they post quite regularly in my sub. Hmm. Oh, well, they're getting quite downvoted. They're not a very popular poster. But yeah, they really do focus on me, don't they? Okay. I do wonder. Are these just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know why people like this get so invested in like contributing to my community particularly, because it seems like they watch the stuff, but yeah, odd. All right, fuck. The new line of attack against Ted Bundy is sure he didn't murder a woman on June 16th, 1963, but he did murder women on entirely different days. Okay, lol. Okay. Loner spends more time whining about lefties online and drama slop than he does Israel's war crimes. Okay, dude. Mika, 12 days ago. Okay.
Hi, Salami.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm chilling. How you feeling? You still sick?
Yep.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. What's on the menu today? Before I start rambling.
I'm gonna do a video about the damage assessments in Iran, and then I'm gonna do the aid shootings, the aid site shootings, all the articles about that, and then I'm
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to probably drink tea and mold for the entire weekend.
Oi, governor. Okay.
What? What's your
So
story?
I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I wanted to revisit the genocide question, talk about also Iran, Iraq, how it's basically the same thing happening again. So that's about it. So when it comes to the genocide, I wanted to,
If we're doing
I
the
do,
okay, one of these things we need to do another time because it's just it's too much. Okay, can we do the genocide question another maybe next week? We can do Iran Iraq
um,
today.
sure, I can work with that. I can do that.
Okay.
So when you said you just said now that they're completely different,
Mm-hmm.
Iraq and Iran, because of the intel. I disagree with that because one of the things like the Iraqi war had so many lies, like you can even like you get lost in the lies, and a lot of them are being used right now. Like one of the lies was the WMDs, nuclear weapons, biological weapons, that there's an actual weapon program. I think that's very similar to what's going on with Iran. You also got they hate us for our freedom. They hate us because we're Westerners, Christians, and they want to kill us. So they're fundamentalists, or they are tied to proxy groups that are like terrorist proxy groups. So I think it's pretty much the same type of thing that's happening right now, and people are aware of it. That's why nobody really wants to go to war with Iran. And I just want to like ask you, why do you think it's different this time? This time around, why is it different?
Well, I think you know. I mean, well, okay, you can tell me how much enriched uranium did Saddam Hussein have before the invasion?
I don't. I don't think he had any, but I do know
Yeah.
that they were talking about that they had some kind of yellow cake factories. They had also like supplies of this yellow cake in Niger and in Africa. That was a big talking point that was happening.
Yeah, but did the
So
IAEA
it's not
say
a
that there
tie.
was alarming amounts of like yellow cake and I don't think they did, right?
I don't know the exact reporting. I have to go look at that, but I do know that the Intel Agency, when they were coming out in 2002, the 2000s, before, like in the Senate and testifying in Congress, they were saying these things that we have definite intel that Saddam is using these weapons, is intending to use these weapons as if that he already has it and he has stockpiles of it. So I don't know how the IAEA has anything to do with like this aspect of
It does, because
he already
obviously
had.
American and UK intel that is being contested by other people and is being doubted by everyone else is obviously not a good reason to go on. Whereas my argument for what's happening in Iran is I think the strikes in Iran are justified on the grounds of what the IAEA said. I don't think Israel or America's claims need to be verified at all for the IAEA report to carry enough weight on its own.
So you think just the fact of the enriching of uranium is enough to target Iran? No actual weapons program, no actual working on a trigger mechanism, gun bomb, that type of thing. Like that's not a factor for you.
No, I think the enrichment, alongside the fact that they enact their rhetoric when it comes to Israel, particularly quite frequently, like quite habitually, with the fact that they devote a large section of their budget to the IRGC and the Quds Force, and the fact that they are quite happy to like actually act out their desire to destroy that country, and it's not just saber rattling or a few scuds. Then yeah, I think
No,
with
I think like
Iranian,
attacking,
that combined
going
with the
for war.
uranium is enough. Yeah.
I agree with that to an extent, because Iran is attacking Israel, and it's using its proxies to pressurize Israel in either war, attacks, rockets, whatever it is. But like that's an entirely different thing than what we're talking about, which is the usage of nuclear weapons, which haven't been used since 1945. My thing is like, at what point? Like it seems like people don't want to think of the Iranian regime as a rational actor.
No, they are rational. They're rational, at least according to their own ideology, but they're consistent with their ideological motivations. But part of that ideology is thinking that Israel is a cancer in the region that needs to get obliterated. So I don't know why you would trust a nation like that with like enriching uranium to a degree that is way beyond civilian capacity.
I mean, the same way I trust North Korea and China and Russia not to use their nukes in offensive capacity, even though they have similar type of rhetoric and saber rattling. Because if anyone uses nukes, it's over. It's over for everyone. Do you agree with that, or no, not necessarily, or somewhat?
Yeah, they do, but obviously with North Korea, I don't really know where North Korea has as a target, or like has the same motivation compared to Iran, for one. But also with North Korea, looking back now, if there was an opportunity at some point to do like a few days of airstrikes that set back that program by up to a few years, or at least even a bunch of, like several months, then I think you would do that. Like if you could go back and actually stop them from achieving weapons, then yeah, you would do it. No?
I honestly don't know. Like honestly, I don't know what, because I think like when Iran is being attacked right now, when we're talking about all this talk is, I'm saying like in the next 5-10 days we're gonna hear about, oh, we're gonna strike again. So I don't think these strikes work in a broader sense. Maybe in a setback. Oh, we set them back a few months, we set them back a few years, but in the overall picture, it doesn't work, and it only emboldens Iran to actually make those weapons and probably use them if they feel like if the regime is under threat, if the assets, whatever it is, there's a possibility they will use it.
I mean,
but that comes from the constant like bombing, attacking. Because if Iran feels like, okay, we're getting bombed like every few months, every year now, every whatever, because of this supposed alleged nuclear weapons program, then they would just start working on it, no?
Not necessarily. No, I mean it depends. It depends on what their priorities are for it. So yeah, you're right that if they were rational in the sense of like, in a more liberal sense, and that they wanted what was best for their citizenry and their economy and everything else, then obviously they would think, well, okay, it seems to be that when we take civilian purpose uranium and enrich it to the point of making it only suitable for weapons production, then we get bombed. Let's just stop doing that. That's probably what I would do if I was Iran. But obviously, according to their ideology, it's worth that sacrifice. It's worth taking those blows to get closer to a weapon. I'm not really sure if like saying that them being struck repeatedly is going to embolden them to actually use a nuke. That's like I don't know if Iran funding the proxies is like further emboldening Israel to use a nuke, or if the constant exchanges between India and Pakistan, or even Iran hitting Pakistan, is like emboldening them to use their nukes. I don't really know if that's like the deciding factor.
I mean, Israel would use its nuke in very specific cases that they have like game plans, war plans for. They're not going to use it just to attack Hamas or even Iran. Also, they have it in a case of existential threat.
Yeah, like
But I guess
I think it seems like their red lines are what if the IDF is defeated, or if the major cities are overrun, or if the air force is defeated. Which again, like in all three of these cases, is like unprecedented. Whereas with Iran, like yeah, but Iran's not in an existential threat right now. Their nuclear program is, but nothing. It's not like the country is an existential threat. Neither, even not really, is the regime, because like if what they're saying is true, it seems like they might have had an opportunity to kill the Ayatollah, but they didn't do it. So, hmm.
my thing is like I don't see the incentive for Iran to stop working on this supposed weapons program or continuing to enrich it to make it like if they wanted to make the weapon, it would take like months, weeks. But that's my thing. Like I don't see where's the incentive from Iran to stop doing it. The West is not giving them any incentive. Israel is not giving them any incentive to stop doing that.
Well, one incentive is that they
It's
can
a
get
two-way
sanction
street.
relief, and the bombing stop. That's an incentive.
Has that been offered?
The whole point of the deal wasn't the point of pursuing a deal with Trump to be like a stopping with the hostile actions, no?
Yeah, but Trump. If anyone is an irrational actor, it's Trump. I think that's like because one day he's talking about regime change, one day he's talking about no, we're not going to war, one day he's talking about we're just going to use bombs. So you never know with this fucking guy
Yeah, he's a
what he wants.
moron, right? But at least with Iran, is like so if they
Yeah,
had
but
gone
you
with a
got a
deal,
moron. You got a moron running the supposed free world, and he has a lot of power to enact these things, and you got a moron running these things.
yeah,
And
you
in
do, but
my
you also have
estimation,
you also have his advisors and his negotiators with Iran. Like if the negotiators could get a deal from Iran that meant like Iran could get sanction relief in exchange for limiting their uranium enrichment or having it under like pretty strict supervision, then like Trump would be able, if Trump could take whatever deal that is and just wave it around to the public, he'd be happy with that. He would just say, yeah, this is like the Obama deal, but better. As long as he could say that, then he'd be happy with it. So just because he's a moron doesn't mean he can't be brought into a deal.
no, I think Trump is like how can I say this? Like you have to buy him off with like candy. Like you got to tell him, oh, you can get a Nobel Peace Prize for this. You can get unlimited amount of money, resources, assets, whatever. If you do this, you gotta like give him an incentive to do the right thing instead of actually doing the right thing because it is the right thing. And also another aspect of this is you got Netanyahu, which is people are gonna go, oh Zog, oh Israel, always Israel. No, but Netanyahu has every incentive to keep this war going and to actually go, not boots on the ground, like actually go to war with Iran, because that's what's keeping him in office right now. That's what's keeping the protests at bay. So a lot of these things, like they connect. We don't disagree on a lot of things. I mean, I'm absolutely for a deal that no nuclear Iran, no weapons. I'm absolutely for that. But there is no such deal that is actually happening right now.
Well, not now, but there were 60 days where they could have had a deal, right?
But they were working on a deal. Like we already talked about this. They were in the process of negotiations, and I guess the word game that Trump played right into Netanyahu's hand, which we said 60 days. Oh, 60 days are over. That means we got the green light. Does it mean we got the green light to go bomb Iran? I don't think so.
Is there any indication that Iran was willing to budge on their red lines in these deals? Because all I can see is them just saying it's non-negotiable. Like enrichment is non-negotiable. We have to do the enrichment ourselves, even as we are limiting inspection rights and everything else, and obviously going past civilian use. So, yeah, why? Is there any evidence that they were willing to actually like be flexible on either of those red lines?
Like only what they said, that they'd be willing to be open for negotiations, but I don't know how good faith, bad faith they are. So that's not up for me to know that. Like,
Yeah, it's. I think that's probably the biggest question. If there's any indication in those 60 days that Iran was showing signs of flexibility, then that would have been
but there
a good
was like at
argument.
the
But I don't know where that.
like at
that
the
is.
end of the 60th day, 59th day, there was like wasn't Trump talking about we're very close to a deal, and then boom, surprise, bombs drop from
No,
Israel.
Trump said it. Actually, Trump said he was less optimistic, if I remember correctly, on around the 60 days, didn't he?
Yeah, after the 60 days, but I think before that they were talking about yes, we have another round that we were optimistic about.
No, this
But
was
after that, yeah,
this was before. So the strike was what, June 20, was it 22nd, the first strike, or was it?
oh, I'm not sure.
That kind of matters. Where the what was it
All I
here?
know is like the 60 days. It was after the 60 days. 61st day.
Yeah, but
or
61st day
62nd.
of what? Fuck. Okay, I can maybe double check this, but I'm almost 100% sure that just before the there's like a day or two before the strikes, Trump was saying that it seemed like he was losing hope in the idea of Iran actually coming to a deal with America. I think that was that was definitely what he said. I can find the
Okay.
exact date, but yeah, that's what he said.
All right. I'll agree with you on this, or just leave it there. Not agree, I guess. Leave it there. But I guess, do you think a secondary round of attacks is in the realm of possibility? Even if it is, would you be for that?
Based on what we know right now, no, because it seems that the Americans and the Israelis are the most confident that the program has been set back by like more than a year at least, right? That's the American and the Israeli position. So it'd be weird for them to say that, but then also say, fuck, we need to bomb them again. So something would have to change. Yeah. Right now, no, there's not any reason to do it again, no. You there? Or did he leave? What the fuck? Or did I leave? Sorry, I don't know how I disconnected. Hey.
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. What was I saying? Oh fuck, I lost my train of thought.
Was it the 13th? Was that when Israel did the first strike? No, this was timeline on the deal. Oh yeah, 13th of June. And I think it was just before the day before. So on June 12th, Iran said it's going to activate a third enrichment facility after the IAEA report. So it'd be June 12th. Or was it jump? June 12th. Yeah, what were you saying?
Oh fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that what I basically said was I think like the status quo is unacceptable to anyone. So I don't know what's gonna happen. So I really don't know.
Okay. I will find this thing because it's probably quite valuable. All right.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it wouldn't surprise me Trump saying one thing one day and the next day saying the complete opposite. Like that's
It was
Trump for you.
so as far as I can see on the 11th, he said he was less confident about a deal because I think the consensus now is that the 61st day, like that planned negotiation in Oman, was them just like using a bit of cover to do the strikes because they decided after 60 days we're just going to kind of like pretend to go along with this next one, but then just do the strike. I thought that's what they were. That makes sense, like what they were doing. But yeah, it was 11th when Trump said was less confident about a deal.
Okay. You sure
Okay.
you don't want to go through the genocide thing right now?
Yeah, I'm very sure. It's just gonna. I'll do it. Yeah, but who knows? Because I might read about these 8 sites and then find out that that was genocide. But who knows? So
Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I just wanted to say also, apparently there was a BBC documentary that was censored on the medics and the healthcare system of Gaza. That was yesterday or today. It was recently let go out. Mehdi Hassan, I think he got the rights for it, but I
oh,
think it's behind a paywall or something like that. I think that might be interesting to look at. I think there's a clip of it on the Zeteo Twitter or Mehdi Hassan.
okay,
And yeah, that's all I got for you.
okay, cool. Take care.
See ya.
Bye bye. It's on channel 4. Oh, I wonder why that happened. What is this about Hassan waving a fucking Glock? I don't know what it is. A gun. We'll just call it a gun. What is this? This is Stardust looking at it.
Is mad at me. Okay. Is mad at me.
Did he drop his magazine? Did he drop his little fucking mag?
This fucking dude who is advocating to this
That stuff's
fucking
dangerous.
dude who's advocating to hang me for treason.
Whoa. I thought it was a fake. I thought it was a toy gun. That doesn't look like a toy gun.
Is mad at me. Okay. Is mad at me and doesn't realize that this fucking dude.
All right. Cool. Whatever. This is the unedited. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Okay. Wow.
Okay, chatter. Good luck.
In making that a reality for me, but also a reality for New Yorkers at large. And ultimately, what we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics, compared with what President Trump has been able to do. You know, over the same period of time that I've been running has been the moment where President Trump ran a presidential campaign premised on making life easier for working class Americans, on making cost of living that much lower, on actually having cheaper groceries. And he's been unable and uninterested to deliver on any of that, instead focusing on cruelty in the manner that we've just heard today. And what I would tell him is that the last person who couldn't get my name right, we defeated them, and that's what it's going to look like again.
Ooh.
Okay,
He's got
fair
so,
enough.
so much swag.
As you may have heard, a number of business leaders in the city have been meeting in a state of, I would characterize it as panic. I'm not sure if they would agree, but they seem to be trying to rally support for Eric Adams or even for Andrew Cuomo or anybody in order to try and stop Zoran Mamdani from becoming the mayor. What would your message to them be?
My message would be
Open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh, you found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smartphone.
Wait, this is the guy?
Who's this guy?
First thing we want to do is download the YouTube
What?
VPN app,
Wait,
which we can do
what?
through the first link in the description.
Who's this guy?
Fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hassan and Mamdani for treason, he says.
Wait, this guy
The
said
fuck
that?
are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch.
Jesus.
Ugly ass. That's not him. It's this. Oh, it's even worse. Oh my god.
Oh no. So someone made a
Does he
threat
even show
against
his
them.
face in it?
Paying for U.S.
Okay. Damn, right to the fucking phrenology. Mate, just sorry, the irony. This guy does just look like every college fucking white dude, and those guys are usually socialists. What? Okay. He looks like kind of normal, I guess. Okay. Fuck me. Doesn't apologize, just moves right along. What the hell? Whatever. Skinny bitch. Wow. To be fair, you look like a California socialist. Do I? Yeah, probably. I'm sure I do.
Instead of
Fuck. But I like to balance it out, you know? I'm all haggard. Is that the word? Scruffy. Scrappy. Any recommendations for lib leftist channels that aren't 80% Hassan coverage? I mean, bro, I've not spoken about Hassan for more than like a few minutes every day for the last couple of weeks now, I think. Maybe? I haven't really been keeping up with him all that much. He threatened the wrong guy with a gun. That's funny, but otherwise... Have you read about the supposed Syrian demands for normalization? Yep. I mean, they've also... Well, I mean, it's all like an advisor who's anonymous said this, or some official who's anonymous said that. My understanding, and it would make perfect sense, is that they don't really look like they want to cede the Golan Heights, which is obviously like these two red lines are just going to be like, they're just never going to be crossed ever. So I don't know. Ow. God, I really wanted to do fucking a bunch more reading this week, but I'm just so, like, every time I talk, it just feels like my entire sinus is like screaming for it. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. The whole part about Tripoli was strange. What part about Tripoli? Tripoli in Lebanon or Tripoli in Libya? Whatever. Loner's response to Taylor Lorenz is not it. Wow, my critics are coming in strong. While he's obviously right, Nazi Germany and the IDF are incomparable, and to do so is borderline anti-Semitic, the idea that when the Wehrmacht was defeated, the war in Europe ended is incredibly bad faith and borderline historical revisionism. There are estimates that as the Soviets pushed the Wehrmacht back between, I love it, as they pushed them back, like before the war was over, okay, between 100,000 to 2 million civilian women, whether German or otherwise, were raped by the Red Army. While our modern context makes the war crimes of Hamas on October 7th more heinous, on a pure numbers level, the atrocities committed by the Allies as they defeated the Wehrmacht far outweigh those of Hamas. It is just objectively wrong to compare the defeat of the IDF to that of the Wehrmacht to make the claim the war ended, as if to say no war crimes occurred in the process or even immediately after that. I'm genuinely at a loss for why you would say this. I don't know. I maybe people are like too autistic and they don't really understand that. Like with Twitter, you only have. I don't have Twitter. Fucking whatever. It's like you have to be quippy with Twitter. The problem is that what am I saying with this? What am I trying to convey with this? I'm obviously conveying that the defeat of the Wehrmacht ultimately ended with the Marshall Plan and the reconstruction of Germany. That's what happened. Do you think this is what happened? What would have happened if the entire IDF from top to bottom had been defeated by Hamas? and Hamas were in charge? You think that Hamas would have just occupied, found a few people fucking guilty of crimes, and then like brought the Marshall Plan to fucking Israel? No, they'd have killed fucking everyone or kicked them all out. Like, and there wouldn't be an Israel anymore. There was a Germany at some point, you know, after. There were 2 Germanys. They doubled it. You got East Germany and West Germany. You got more Germanys after World War II. Then they have 2 Israels. And that's a joke, obviously. Like, just because the Allied takeover of Germany could have been better. Like, the message I'm saying there is, the message I'm making there is so clear. Fuck. It's so clear. Whatever. Seems like... This is not it. This tweet, this Reddit post, not it. Downvote. Fuck you. Okay? I mean, not fuck you. We're just disagreeing strongly in the marketplace of ideas. I don't get what you're trying to say. When the Wehrmacht was defeated, the war ended is wrong because the Soviets committed crimes. Describing the defeat of the Wehrmacht in comparison to the atrocities of Hamas on October 7th as the war ended is wrong. It's also the fact that the IDF wasn't actually defeated on October 7th. 1 division was temporarily defeated for less than 10 hours, okay? So it's an indicator of what Hamas would have done had they swept the entire country. These things aren't comparable, as Hamas didn't totally defeat the IDF as the Allies did to the Wehrmacht, and amidst countless war crimes committed. Yeah, obviously. You know what's funny? You know what's really good about this tweet, though? You know what's really the best thing about this fucking tweet is that tankies can't respond to it. They can't be like, well, actually, the Soviets committed a hell of a lot of crimes. It's like, oh, yeah, did they? The heroes of World War II. No way. Bad response. Bad. Very bad. They kind of, it's like they understand, it's like they're kind of really close to understanding what I'm saying. He doesn't highlight the differences, though. He highlights the 2 incomparable aspects. That the Wehrmacht were defeated in totality and won battle against the IDF that Hamas had the upper hand in. Well, yeah, obviously. Isn't it interesting that like there's one period where Hamas has superiority for 10 hours and they do that? Yeah, whatever. Fucking A. Whatever. The non-smoker guy yesterday was enraging. I don't understand what was happening with him because he is usually not that mad. He isn't usually mauled that much. Normally he's actually fairly polite. I don't know what happened. Maybe he's just become a bit more, you know, tired, jaded. Well. Lornabox Live, nobody said World War II US intervention was good. It was, though. Wait, what? No? No, because the question that we were asked was good US interventions after World War II, because obviously everyone agrees with World War II. It was post World War II. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't you worry. Not even a bit. Shouting cuck. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird.
Insane. We were told there would be no. Well, there's 2 things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up in construction sites and raiding them, gardeners.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Or Palestinian students on college campuses. Or not, like there's a did you see this video of this Turkish students at Tufts University that wrote an essay, and then there's a video of like ICE agents, like, I don't know.
Is that the woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was her essay about? It was just critical of Israel, right?
Just critical of Israel. Yeah, I mean,
and that's enough to get you kicked out of the country.
I mean, there's a long history of anti-colonial activism in U.S. colleges, that led to South Africa changing and all of that, and I think this is a continuation of that.
Wow, that's crazy. They're not going after cartel members, gang members, drug dealers. These people are just construction workers. That's crazy, Joe. Wow. Can't believe they're doing that. Now, on to our next guest, Dr. Führer von Shitstorm, to tell us all about how the left is destroying white society. And oh, God. Listen, but at least, okay? At least amongst all this trauma of Trump and the Republicans doing the thing that they always said they were always going to do, always, at least we might find out which vaccine caused autism, okay? Listen, we've only got, it's only a few months, didn't he say? Like September? August, September, we were going to find out what causes autism, RFK? So, hang tight. Hang tight for that, Joe. It's a sacrifice we're willing to make. Okay. Do I want to learn about pirate software and stop killing games? I do really, really hate pirate software. Ever since the great roach out of a few months ago. It's so boring. Wow. Wait, have they animated it? What the fuck? What is this?
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking?
This
Look at
is
my mana.
savage, but come on, man.
Look, you got fucking mana ruby, bro.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Look at my mana. He's got a little ruby there and the robe and shit. Oh no.
Why am I walking?
This
Look at
is
my mana.
savage, but come on, man.
Some of the best moments that I've had inside of dungeons are because, oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't execute this perfectly. And we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass and we got to live. Oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't execute this perfectly. And we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass. And
execute it perfectly. Execute that escape perfectly, bro. 2 people died. 2 people died.
Live.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What am I supposed to do for you? See ya. And we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass and we just run. Run, 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 run. ABC died the other day. Run. There were no Chiefs going out. Run. There were no Blizzards going out. Run. Apparently he didn't have a spec for Blizzard for slows, but like that's exactly why I run that spec.
Exactly why I run. So I can use the full rank once and then run. Fuck this guy, man. Oh, I hate him so much. I hate him so much.
Run.
Nothing pirate software. Pirate have this
Oh shit, we're all going to die.
I didn't realize he was this on the nose. He is just like he's like all talk, isn't he? He's just like, this is the entire thing. He just yap. He's just a yapper. That's why he changed his voice to make it sound that low, right? The second puberty shit. Because he's all talk, like literally.
See this perfectly, and we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass and we got to live.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years, and we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass and we just run. Run, 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 run.
Okay. Good. Let's go. Can you watch that Learnerbox live stream in your recommendations? Can you watch that Learnerbox live stream in your recommendations? Wow, that's crazy. That's me. What the hell? Didn't expect to see that. Fucked up. Did he cheat on puzzle games to seem smarter than he is? Don't know. But, let's just say yes. Why not? Why not? 1 second. Okay. You should watch the Haviv video on the GHF thing. No! I'm going to find out for myself, actually. I will do my own research. Always do your own research, you know? And that means I'm going to look up Twitter threads about it and conclude the fuck. I might see what he has to say afterwards. What is this? Ryan McBeath. The world forgot October 7th. I didn't. Why is he saying this on the 4th of July? What's going on here?
October 7th, 2023 lives rent-free in my memory for many reasons. One of these reasons is the brutal terrorist attack visited upon the Israelis and foreigners in Israel by Hamas. This was planned and executed with horrific precision in mind, and we can't forget that. Now, another reason this event sits in my mind is a little bit more philosophical. I am a veteran, and I've seen my share of garbage that human beings can create for themselves and others. People can do terrible stuff to one another. Unfortunately, this isn't changing anytime soon, and I'm not totally surprised, to be honest. While we're not entirely surprised by the human capacity to do heinous stuff, I don't think I'm alone in hoping that this isn't a regular part of our reality. But then again, it's best to be prepared for anything these days. That's why folks like me have a job, making sure that other things aren't a rule, but an exception. The ongoing situation in Israel between the Israelis and Gazans hits pretty hard. Father of the Year on this one. You know, I read Ground News every single day. I read this feel-good article about a dad who rescued his daughter after she fell from a cruise ship. It's kind of interesting. You go over the bias distribution graph Ground News provides.
I'm just wondering where I think he's going to go with this. The world forgot I didn't. Is this because he's going to do a video about, like, this is why they're still fighting, by the way? Like, because obviously you reach a point after the outbreak of hostilities where people just kind of do a results-based, like, it's the same thing. It's a results-based analysis. They're killing this many people, this many. It's like, okay, you forget, like, why they're there, and you forget, like, why they've got that goal. Again, doesn't justify everything Israel's done since October 7th, but maybe that's where he's going. Maybe that's the take he's going to give, but I don't know.
And you'll see it was covered equally by the left, right, and center. Now, I read more about the story in People magazine, and it said the dad jumped over the railing because he put his daughter on top of the railing and she fell. So, he kind of made the problem happen. And I looked here on Ground News, which shows the publication data, so you know who's telling you what to think, whether it leans left or right, and the factuality rating of the publication. So, People magazine said this guy put his daughter on the railing. It's of high factuality. That means it's probably
No, Ryan McBeath has never copyright struck me. Yeah.
accurate. Now, another neat feature of Ground News is the blind spot report. It gives you an idea of stories you may have missed because of your personal biases. Like if you lean left, you might not have noticed that a UN chief urged more aid due to climate change. If you lean right, you might not have seen that the U.S. intends to restart trade negotiations with Canada. Listen, I read Ground News every day as part of my morning routine. I pay for it. They do not give it to me for free. I even bought a copy for my dad. So click the link in the description below, go to this QR code up here, or go to ground.news/Ryan to get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the same plan that I use. I've said it in the past, I see Arabs in general and Palestinians in particular as good people, and this is true minus the ones who aren't. I deployed to Egypt and Iraq. I genuinely tried to learn the language and the culture. I read the Quran in English. I speak okay Arabic, although I talk like an Egyptian, which I suppose is better than walking like an Egyptian or driving like one. My heart goes out to the Israelis who have to step into the breach once again to do something few others know or even care about. And I think about those who are lost before and after. The rumblings of a potential long-term peace are of interest to me, you could say, and I'm not the only one. The Israelis and their neighbors have been at war for decades, and slowly, ever so slowly, Israel's neighbors have gone from a gang of sworn enemies to kind of conducting meaningful dialogue and business with the Israelis. The last military operation in Gaza felt like the last, at least for some, and the world kind of moved on. Then October 7th happened, shaking everything to its core, and the region...
Well, I don't think October, like, Kasleb is definitely not the last one, right? Like, there was quite a few engagements in Gaza before. Okay.
kind of moved on. Then October 7th happened, shaking everything to its core, and the region erupted in fire. Men, women, children were taken hostage, stolen from their friends and their families. Many died, some were still out there, and others, the lucky ones, made it back home. I have to admit, I was skeptical of anything long-term coming in to keep the peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and I'm not the only one on this. Wars in the Middle East, and even those surrounding Israel in particular, have been inevitable, right? It's like, oh, it's just another day in the Middle East. Heck, I grew up while the conflict was going on in Lebanon, but nothing is ever inevitable, even war. A follower of mine, an Israeli, reached out concerning the situation in Gaza, and I'll admit I was skeptical at first, and this follower mentioned Gazans. Everyday Gazans were standing up to Hamas. And we all know what Hamas likes to do with those who stand in their way, right? They throw them off a building. Groups like Hamas, Life is Cheap, and
This fucking trope is always they throw them off a building. It's I don't know why people keep going to that because like what they actually do, you can see it. Like Hamas will just send you fucking videos on Telegram. They'll publish videos of them shooting people in the legs and the feet. Like that's like more their go-to punishment. Like throwing off a building. They did that to was it Fatah people in 2007? But otherwise, yeah.
Bullets or buildings are cheaper still, and it solves their problems. To see and hear that Gazans have lived under the iron grip of Hamas rule since 2007, rising up against Hamas and its rule, it kind of fills me with optimism here. So could long-term peace become reality? How is this even possible? Well, it might seem like the pipe dream, some kind of pro-Israeli propaganda here. It's really not. Gazans see Hamas's rule as illegitimate, and can we blame them? I mean, probably not, right? Every day, Gazans have been caught in the crossfire of this ongoing operation in Gaza. When I covered the order of battle for Hamas, I mentioned a ground operation in Gaza would severely impact Gazans who are jammed together in tight urban spaces, not a lot of places to hide, not a lot of places to retreat when the shooting starts. Civilian casualties have been a consequence of that combat environment, and Hamas's cruel calculus for exacting as much vengeance as they can on the Israelis also factors into that. Much to the chagrin of useful idiots, the Israelis have conducted themselves fairly professionally in the war. They provided aid, retreat routes for civilians, ample warnings before moving into crowded urban areas. Now, the Center for Peace Communications, which operates out of the U.S., has conducted anti-extremist campaigns and outreach programs in North Africa, Middle East, to promote regional peace and security. Some of the CPC's posting on X, formerly Twitter, appear to show legitimate footage from the ground where Gazans have been more regularly protesting Hamas's rule. And Hamas's rule has been brutal.
I don't know if these protests have fallen off because they lasted about, it felt like a month, thereabouts, where they were getting bigger and bigger. Then there was a lull, but I don't know if they came back. I think they came back again, but only for, I only saw a few days of it. I don't really know what the status is now.
For many in Gaza.
I mean, that's just like, it's such a hard thing to follow though, because the press, it shows you what like the journalists in Gaza, like what they report on and what they don't, because obviously the reporting we get from the protests in Gaza is literally just random people with their phones filming the marches. So, a bit fucked. This is a cool outfit. What the fuck? You got the little mosque there with the gun. You got the Palestinian flag, the headband. Trigger discipline. Damn.
Hamas's rule.
The sunglasses.
Hamas's rule has been brutal for many in Gaza. Hamas is a religious and politically extremist organization bent on the destruction of Israel and its people. Hamas is no friend of the West. It is no friend of the region. When President Trump made his Gaza Riviera comments, many in the U.S. and Israel and Western Europe, they laughed or were shocked by the audacity of his suggestions. Well, the Riviera comments are like a political tool to kind of shake action from the Muslim world. Like, in a way, it kind of offered the Gazans an opportunity. No, doesn't necessarily mean a mass exodus of Gazans from Gaza to anywhere else, despite how it was spun in the media. Instead, Like these comments, as out of touch as they sound, have forced the conversation concerning a long-term peace to start. So what happens next to the Gazans?
There's always this weird like post hoc rationalization to Trump's actions. Like the strikes in Iran is like, oh, he understood the threat of having all that enriched uranium and limiting inspections in a way that your breakout period can go undetected for a crucial window of opportunity for Israel, to the point that it might be too late by the time they find out. It's like, or this, because apparently this Riviera thing is what spurred Egypt and the Arab leaders to push the alternative reconstruction plan for Gaza with that 100-page document with like AI pictures of modular homes and temporary accommodation before they build up properly, and like rebuilding the mosques and all the holy sites and everything like that back to their standard of what they were before, so you don't lose the historical significance. It's like, no, Trump did that video about the Riviera because he's a fucking retard, okay? That's why he did that. Same with every other decision he makes. Like, even if he makes the right decision every now and then, it's still because he's a retard, okay? It might just be that he had the correct person whispering in his ear at the right time of day when he had enough fucking Big Macs in his fucking gullet that he was in a good enough mood that he said yes to it without really thinking. Like, that's all it is, okay? But yeah.
A long-term peace to start. So what happens next to the Gazans? Well, President Trump's comments have prompted serious legal and moral questions concerning a U.S. occupation of a cleared-out Gaza. His comments have scared heel-dragging Muslim leaders in the region to kind of talk about what comes next. And kind of weird, it takes a bloody war and some crazy talk from Trump to get things moving again, but Gaza is going to need to get rebuilt. Gaza has to get rebuilt for a lasting peace to take hold. But rebuilding isn't going to happen if the world and the region can't agree on what comes next. When I was initially writing this video, Hamas and the U.S. were arguing over the finer points of releasing hostages for a ceasefire. You know, peace seems far off, even with these talks taking place. Long-term peace will require some serious structural and political changes to occur. One of these changes could be Hamas turning over power to some provisional authority to allow Gaza.
What did Hillary Rodham Clinton? She wrote an article in The Atlantic about this. The terror group has proved again and again it will sabotage any efforts for long-lasting peace. Damn. By Hillary Rodham, friend of ContraPoints Clinton. When did she say that? Hillary Clinton, Hamas must go. Hamas must gup. This was November 2023. So a month and a week after October, 5 weeks after October 7th. I never read this. Why did this never come a thing? It's quite short and sweet. Okay. Damn. Hillary Rodham. We'll read that afterwards. Why not? Good old Hill Dog. She's the real fear factor, okay, for Eastern authoritarian regimes that are opposed to America. They all fear the time when she rammed Gaddafi's asshole with a bayonet, personally.
This could be Hamas turning over power to some provisional authority to allow Gazans to decide their own fate within the confines of existing peacefully with Israel. A provisional authority will need protection from Hamas elements that still linger in the shadows. It would require long-term Israeli commitments to Gazan political security. If a provisional authority backed by an international arena is untenable, then we need to kind of consider a future where Hamas is in charge. Under these conditions, Hamas will need to make concessions. While I doubt this will happen, Hamas, under this contingency, will need to recognize Israel as a legitimate country in order for the reconstruction in Gaza to take place. Hamas will also need to agree to third-party inspections, ensuring aid getting to the Gazans is getting to the Gazans, and also ensuring that Hamas isn't building up for the next big fight. Gaza's reconstruction at first will need to focus on bringing back necessities: power, water, medical treatment, food. This could be accomplished with Israel and the U.S. leading world and regional partners to funnel money, supplies, technical assistance into Gaza. Look, nobody does logistics better than the U.S. This is just the beginning. Gaza will need adequate housing, educational facilities, economic infrastructure that brings self-sufficiency and security, and in turn, peace between Gazans and the Israelis. These projects will require long-term planning and commitment. Gaza can't be tomorrow's news again, only to have a repeat of something like October 7th in a decade or two. But like I've said, nothing stops a bullet like a job. Another thing required here is something I keep repeating. The U.S. needs to be a leader, not an isolationist.
Here's an alt history, okay? This is the alt history that we need to talk about. Is what if 1949, the Lausanne Conference, where Israel offered to, did they mention it here? Yeah, they offered to annex Gaza from Egypt because they basically said, if you don't seem to want to annex it and you don't want the refugee population, they said that they would take Gaza, make it part of Israel, and include all the refugees, as long as the Arab states helped to pay for their resettlement or whatever. It would be annexed to Israel and its residents, including the refugees, given Israeli citizenship. There's an alt history where the Arabs say yes to this, and Gaza is part of Israel, and the people who live there are Israeli citizens, which would probably double the Palestinian-Israeli population in the country, right? Because at the time, I believe it was 160,000 Arab Israelis who were part of Israel after the war, after the armistice. So it more than doubled because there were about 200,000 Palestinians living in Israel, in Gaza at that time. A lot of the refugees went there. So that would have made the demographics of Israel like close to 50-50. It would have been like, what, 45-55, like the partition demographics. And I'm guessing they did this because they knew the Arabs would say no, because they didn't want to give up territory. I want to see, do they have where did they say this? The UN Conciliation Commission 49. General Assembly, was it the General Assembly? I want to see what the full offer was. The full text, I mean. Was it this one? 1949. This is a General Assembly resolution. Oh. First round summary of proposals. Proposal to annex Western Galilee to Syria. Interesting. They were still suggesting an international regime for Jerusalem in 49. Oh no. This was the round of proposals. Bro, where's the fucking full text? Dick. Where's this going to send me? Back to the list. Thank you. Thank you so much. Useless fuck. UN Conciliation Commission for Palestine. It shouldn't be too hard to get the full text for this because the UN keeps it all on their website. Maybe? Bro, UN, Israel, proposal, Gaza, Lausanne, UN, full text. Proposals by parties. Ooh. That's a progress report. Fuck you. Proposals by parties. Thank you. Please. Please. Hey. Fuck. I'm not authorized to view the document, possibly. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, UN. Very transparent. Very valuable. What is this? Is this the right thing? Conciliation effort, refugees, Jerusalem, holy places, 194. Is this from 49? 950. Gaza. As a result of these conversations, the Commission on the 23rd of February proposed the formation of a mixed committee which would be charged with a specific task to consider a request submitted to the Commission by the Egyptian delegation in October that refugees in the Gaza area be permitted to return and cultivate their lands north and east of the Strip. Oh. The committee was to be composed of an Egyptian and an Israeli member. Wait, so Egypt was trying to expel the refugees? Well, I guess, like, if it's just the refugees, that means what? The Palestinians living... Because Gaza was mostly refugees. So they wanted to send all the refugees back to Israel proper, but keep Gaza. Okay. I see. Two specific proposals concerning repatriation and resettlement of the refugees were submitted to the Commission by the delegation of Israel and by the Arab delegations, respectively. The delegation of Israel declared that if the Gaza area were incorporated in the State of Israel, the government of Israel would be prepared to accept as citizens of Israel the entire Arab population of the area, both inhabitants and refugees, on the understanding that the resettlement of refugees in Israel territory would be subject to such international aid as would be available for refugee resettlement in general. The delegation of Israel declared that it was not in a position to submit to the Commission proposals concerning the number of refugees it would accept in the event that the Gaza area was not incorporated in Israel. For their part, the Arab delegation submitted to the Commission a proposal directed towards the immediate return of refugees coming from territories now under Israel authority, which formed part of the Arab zone on the map attached to the protocol of the 12th of May 1949, that is Western Galilee, the area of Lydda and Ramla, Beersheba, Jaffa, Jerusalem, the coastline, north of Gaza. The Commission transmitted these proposals without comment to the Arab delegations and to the delegation of Israel, respectively. Neither the Arab delegations nor the delegation of Israel felt able to accept any of these proposals. Ooh. Whoa. Good shit. The Israel delegation, for its part, made several proposals of a territorial nature, which were subsequently transmitted by the Commission to the Arab delegations. It proposed that the political frontiers between Israel and Egypt and Israel and Lebanon, respectively, should be the same as those which separated Egypt and Lebanon from Palestine under the British Mandate. This is all the possessus situs dugus Latinus, that Latin word, yeah. The as it was before kind of thing, yeah. In the event of such a proposal being accepted, and if the Gaza area were incorporated in the State of Israel, the latter would be prepared to accept as citizens the entire population. All right. Regarding the Israel proposal concerning frontiers with Egypt and Lebanon, respectively, including the Gaza proposal, the Arab delegations informed the Commission on the 30th of May that in their view, the proposals constitute a flagrant violation of the terms of Protocol of 12th of May 49, since they considered that the proposals involved annexations rather than territorial adjustments envisaged by the protocol. Okay. Refugee camps were examined. Okay. Poor areas, just basically saying the refugees are fucked. Okay. Okay. Well, alt history probably would have put Israel in a very vulnerable position, really. What is this? It's time to end the Gaza war. Okay.
Just retreating from problems all over the globe. We need to stop retreating from the global system that we helped create and defend, hoping to kind of like bury our heads in the sand on our island of the Western Hemisphere. The Israelis deserve better. The Gazans, not Hamas, but the Gazans deserve better. We also need to get the Russians, the Europeans, the Muslim world, and the Chinese to play ball here. Well, I'm dreaming I want a pony. But look, October 7th should be the exception, not the rule. We can't expect peace when everything is burning to the ground and gasoline keeps getting dumped on it. The First World War taught the world a lesson that many nations and leaders ignored. We don't always have to obliterate each other, right? We don't always have to reach for the sword. It took a Second World War and a few nasty conflicts afterwards to finally get folks talking about the need to take this a bit more seriously. We can be prosperous and live in peace with our neighbors. International organizations, multinational arrangements, regional partnerships, they could all end the war in Israel and the wider Middle East, if we're honest here. And these sorts of mechanisms have been used in the past. The U.S. also needs to stand firm against the extremists here. We can't retreat from our friends. This is going to take years, probably decades, to get right. And our friends in the region deserve our help. Organizations like Center for Peace Communications are trying to change the narrative away from the extremists who want to see Israel and its people dumped in the sea. We need to support these efforts more seriously too. The extremists started this, not the Israelis. The Israelis deserve to have peace and security. The Gazans, who were forced into this conflict by Hamas, an extremist organization bent on Israel's destruction.
Did you hear about that JStock guy, Lorna Box? Yeah, I'm aware. I don't know what you want me to say about it. It's just, fuck, man. Things went a bit wild, didn't they? Things went a bit fucked up. But I don't really have any interest in bringing up or yapping about any of it, like, and including anything tangential as well, like even the fucking Destiny shit. Like, it's just, I've got like 70 fucking pages worth of drama from my own Discord about some bullshit that I need to read about too. So I'm just like, nah, one thing at a time.
They also deserve peace and security. By the time I began finalizing this video script and shooting the video itself, the Israelis and the Iranians are trading shots via missiles and precision strikes, or in Iran's case, not so precision. The region is devolving into chaos, and you might ask yourself, why is this happening? Why now? Well, many will disagree with me here. I find the resurgence of violence...
Anyone that brings this up is getting timed out. You don't need to time people out for bringing it up. It's just like, if people are just asking if it's a thing, then and they don't get a response, then is what it is. It's probably a better way to deal with it.
The Middle East to be a symptom of a larger sickness. America's isolationist foreign policy. We're pulling ourselves away from the system we help build and defend. America has played a huge role in securing Middle Eastern peace and elsewhere in the world. I mean, what do you think China and Russia are doing? They're taking notes. They're jotting down when we sit on our hands, when we turn away from the region, the world. This is emboldening the enemies of Israel and in turn the United States. And this isn't going to bode well for anyone, even us. Isolationism sounds like a great idea if you can ignore reality. We bury our head in the sand, we stay neutral, we build the walls of our castles so high that we can't see over them to the danger on the other side. Instead, we leave our friends to fight and die on their own. Israel, Ukraine, Afghanistan, many others.
He doesn't have a Hezbollah flag.
You know, what happens in the
what's
world,
going on there?
What happens when we're next? When we have no close friends or allies willing to come to our aid? And that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Look, this is self-funded and YouTube demonetizes a lot of my stuff. Consider supporting me over on Substack at RyanBeth. That's Substack.com. $5 a month, guys, for in-depth and free content like this. It's a steal. And check out my novels on Amazon. I got Audible for the Marines, Last Republic, and The Wind Machine. My Intel Life t-shirt from Bunker Branding. And thank you guys so much for watching.
In a world where...
Okay, so that's just like a... Remember October 7th, Gaza should be rebuilt, Hamas should be defeated in inverse order. One of the dumbest tweets I've ever read. Let's go. Let's goop. Trump from build the wall to ICE occupation about to be ramped up, with Stephen Miller at his side the whole time. has been about one thing: making America more like Israel. Just a continuation of Jabotinsky's wall that we have to pretend is a democracy. How can I make this about the state of Israel? Because it's so retarded, because these guys are the same people who will constantly remind you, again, with merit, that like they'll tell you that wasn't Nazi ideology in large part influenced by American Manifest Destiny. Do you realize how this happened before the state of Israel, right? Like, okay. But now the wall is so we can be more like Israel. Mate, I don't know about you, but regimes have been putting walls up for far longer than there ever was in Israel. We've been putting walls up before there were Jews, really. Fuck. Shut up, dumb bitch. Okay. Yeah, this is what people probably mean by anti-Semitism. Like the fact that you are this obsessed with fucking Israel, like that Trump's wall is somehow like Israeli influence, and Jabotinsky. You know, the Iron Wall from Jabotinsky is like, the Iron Wall's like a metaphor, right? Like Jabotinsky the Iron Wall's a metaphor. The wall didn't go up in Israel. Like the wall between Israel and Gaza, or the wall with Israel and the West Bank, didn't go up until quite a bit after Jabotinsky. Okay. Holy shit. How do you get from Trump's wall to Israel? Probably if you are irrationally fucking obsessed with Jews and Israel. Yeah, I don't know. Without really realizing it. All I'm thinking, like, I'm getting old, okay? Because all I'm thinking about is how much that person is sweating in there. Oh, fuck. That must be disgusting. Cool, though. Fun. Yo. What did Hillary Rothschild Clinton have to say about... I'm joking. Okay. What did Hillary have to say about Israel? I can't believe I didn't know about this article. You think there'd be some comments on this, right? I'm guessing it was quite boring and no one mentioned it, but let's see. Hamas must go. The terror group has proved again and again that it will sabotage any efforts to forge a lasting peace. By Hillary Rodham, good friend of ContraPoints Clinton. Let's go. Ooh. Is it wrong to say death to Hamas? This is the 24 hours of preparation coming in strong. Is it wrong to say death to Hamas? Not necessarily. No. It would be wrong to... If there was someone who was saying death to every single Hamas member, I'd probably be like, mate, it's not really... Why? What? But okay. One morning in November 2012, I knocked on the door of President Barack Obama's suite in the Raffles Hotel in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, so early that he was barely out of bed. Wow. I had an urgent question that could not wait for the president to finish his morning coffee. Should we try to broker a ceasefire in Gaza? Then, like now, the extreme Islamist terror group Hamas had sparked a crisis by indiscriminately attacking Israeli civilians. Israel had responded with airstrikes, and a ground invasion of Gaza appeared imminent. The president and I debated whether I should leave Asia, fly to the Middle East, and try to negotiate a halt to the fighting before the situation escalated further. The reason to go was clear: stopping the violence would save lives and prevent the conflict from spiraling into a wider regional war. The reasons not to go were more nuanced but also compelling. President Obama and I were both wary of suggesting that Israel did not have a right and a responsibility to defend itself against terrorists. If Hamas did not face consequences for its attacks, it would be emboldened to carry out more. We also knew Hamas had a history of breaking agreements and could not be trusted. For that matter, neither side seemed ready to pull back from the brink. Diplomacy is all about leverage and timing. If I tried and failed to negotiate a ceasefire, it would reduce America's credibility in the region and lower the likelihood that we could re-engage successfully later. That's a bit of an omen, isn't it? In the end, we decided the risks were worth it. I headed to the region and began intense shuttle diplomacy along Israel, Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. Late into the night in Cairo, I went line by line through a proposal I'd worked out with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem. The Egyptians were on the phone with Hamas leaders in Gaza. Finally, I was able to announce that all parties had agreed to a truce. On the long plane ride home, I asked my aide, Jake Sullivan, who is now President Joe Biden's national security advisor, if Hamas was abiding by the agreement we'd just struck. So far, he told me, the answer was yes. I was relieved that we'd prevented further bloodshed, but I worried that all we'd really managed to do was put a lid on a simmering cauldron that would likely boil over again in the future. Oh, no. That's it. You would just say, mate, why? What, against someone saying death to every Hamas member? No. What I would actually do is I would take up arms and defend the grace of the resistance, which is exactly what you and all those fucking retards at Glastonbury would do. The funny thing about the Glastonbury thing is it's not even like the death to the IDF. Like, as far as things that people can say that are inappropriate or whatever, especially for a music festival, it's not really like the craziest thing someone can say. However, the funny thing is that if he had said death to Hamas, you know full fucking well the crowd would be booing. They would not chant along with him. But, you know. On the long plane ride home, I asked my aide, Jake Sullivan, who is now President Joe Biden's national security advisor, if Hamas was abiding by the agreement we just struck. So far, he told me the answer was yes. I was relieved that we'd prevented further bloodshed, but I worried that all we'd really managed to do was put a lid on a simmering cauldron that would likely... Okay. Unfortunately, that fear proved correct. In 2014, Hamas violated the ceasefire and started another war by abducting Israeli hostages and launching rocket attacks against civilians. Israel responded forcefully, but Hamas remained in control of Gaza. The terrorists rearmed, and the pattern repeated itself in 2021 with more civilians killed. This all culminated in the horrific massacre of Israeli civilians last month, the worst mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. Oh, no. This history suggests 3 insights for the current crisis and the future of this complex and volatile region. First, October 7th made clear that this bloody cycle must end and that Hamas cannot be allowed to once again retrench, rearm, and launch new attacks, while continuing to use people in Gaza as expendable human shields. Oh, no. Yeah, this is not going to be the most fucking clippable article. Second, a full ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power would be a mistake. For now, pursuing more limited humanitarian pauses that allow it to get aid in and civilians and hostages to get out is a wiser course. Third, Israel's long policy of containment has failed. It needs a new strategy and new leadership. Well, this was kind of obvious, yeah. For me, Israel and Gaza are not just names on a map. I have grieved with Israeli families whose loved ones were abducted or killed in terrorist attacks. I have held the hands of the wounded in their hospital beds. In Jerusalem, I visited a bombed-out pizzeria and will never forget it. I have also been to Gaza. I have talked with Palestinians who have suffered greatly from the conflicts of the past decades and dream of peace and a state of their own. Before Hamas seized power, I met women using microloans from the United States to start new businesses and become breadwinners for their families, including a dressmaker because she was finally able to buy a sewing machine, could send her 2 daughters to school. My decades of experience in the region taught me that Palestinian and Israeli parents may say different prayers at worship, but they share the same hopes for their kids, just like Americans, just like parents everywhere. This is why I'm convinced that Hamas must go. On October 7th, these terrorists killed babies, raped women, and kidnapped innocent civilians. Oh no. Why do you need to pretend I'm about to commit crimes to argue with me, LeMayo? What? I don't know why, like, why are you lying to me? Like, why do you think you're even being convincing? Like, what? That you don't think I know that you're like a pro fucking terrorist? Like, I don't understand. Like, why do you need to lie about that? Yes, you are like you're pro Hamas. You think they are justified. You're pro fucking like anyone who is willing to take up arms against Israel. Do you think I don't know? Like, do you think I don't know that you're a paying fucking patron of Bad Empanada and you sit in his Discord server and fucking feed him clips? And I don't know why you would lie to me about this. Jesus Christ. I mean, I do know why. Cowards. It's because you know that you're in a chat with liberals, so you need to mask on. It's fucking disgusting. Jesus. Oh. They continue to hold more than 200 hostages. They have proved again and again that they will not abide by ceasefires, will sabotage any efforts to forge a lasting peace, and will never stop attacking Israel. Hamas does not speak for the Palestinian people. Hamas deliberately places military installations in and below hospitals and refugee camps because it is trying to maximize, not minimize, the impact on Palestinian civilians for its own propaganda purposes. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza is heartbreaking, and every death means more blood on Hamas's hands. So, the Biden administration is correct not to seek a full ceasefire at this moment, which would give Hamas a chance to rearm and perpetuate the cycle of violence. Hamas would claim that it had won and it would remain a key part of Iran's so-called axis of resistance. Rest in peace. Ceasefires freeze conflicts rather than resolve them. In 1999, the Serbian dictator Slobodan Milosevic called for a ceasefire in Kosovo, where NATO airstrikes were trying to stop his brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing. It was a cynical attempt to preserve Serbia's control of Kosovo, and the Clinton administration continued bombing until Milosevic's forces withdrew. Today, global allies of President Vladimir Putin call for a ceasefire in Ukraine because they know freezing the conflict will leave Russia in control of large swaths of Ukrainian territory that it seized illegally. I don't know if this is still I'm not sure when Russia was pushing for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Maybe at this stage, but I know now they're the more reluctant ones for a ceasefire because they feel like they've got the advantage. But okay. Putin could reinforce his troops and then resume the conflict at a time of his choosing. In 2012, freezing the conflict in Gaza was an outcome we and the Israelis were willing to accept. But Israel's policy since 2009 of containing rather than destroying Hamas has failed. A ceasefire now that restored the pre-October 7th status quo ante would leave the people of Gaza living in a besieged enclave under the domination of terrorists and leave Israelis vulnerable to continued attacks. It would also consign hundreds of hostages to continued captivity. Ceasefires can make it possible to pursue negotiations aimed at achieving a lasting peace, but only when the timing and balance of forces are right. Bosnia in the 90s saw 34 failed ceasefires before the Clinton administration's military intervention prompted all sides to stop fighting and finally negotiate a peace agreement. 34, I did not know that. It is possible that if Israel dismantles Hamas's infrastructure and military capacity and demonstrates that terrorism is a dead end, a new peace process could begin in the Middle East. But a ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power and eager to strike Israel will make this harder, if not impossible. For decades, Hamas has undermined every serious attempt at peace by launching new attacks, including the October 7th massacre that seems to have been designed, at least in part, to disrupt progress towards normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Those negotiations also aim to bring important benefits for Palestinians. By contrast, the humanitarian pauses advocated by the Biden administration and tentatively accepted by the Israelis can save lives without rewarding Hamas. He banned me from his Discord despite committing no crimes. That's exactly, yes, you have to have criminal convictions to get banned from my Discord. Your Honor. This person. You're not on my banned list, though. I must have unbound you at some point. Ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power. Okay. Here we are. There is precedent. During previous wars in Gaza, Israel and Hamas agreed to a number of pauses so that relief would get into the area. Recent conflicts in Yemen and Sudan have also undergone brief humanitarian pauses. Whether for hours or days, breaks in the fighting can provide safety to aid workers and refugees. They could also help facilitate hostage negotiations, which is an urgent priority right now. Rejecting a premature ceasefire does not mean defending all of Israel's tactics, nor does it lessen Israel's responsibility to comply with the laws of war. Damn, that war criminal bitch! Minimizing civilian casualties is legally and morally necessary. It is also a strategic imperative. Israel's long-term security depends on its achieving peaceful coexistence with neighbors who are prepared to accept its existence and its need for security. The disaster of October 7th has discredited the theory that Israel can contain Hamas, ignore the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, and freeze Israeli control over Palestinians forever. Loner bad. It's not bad to say it in an ironic, like, obviously ironic way, okay? What the fuck? Bruh. What's wrong with that? Shit. Whew. Going forward, Israel needs a new strategy and new leadership. Instead of the current ultra-right-wing government, it will need a government of national unity that's rooted in the center of Israeli politics and can make the hard choices ahead. At home, it will have to reaffirm Israeli democracy after a tumultuous period. In Gaza, it should resist the urge to reoccupy the territory after the war, accept an internationally resist the urge. Like, it's just so tempting. Accept an internationally mandated interim administration for governing the Strip, and support regional efforts to reform and revive the PA so it has the credibility and the means to reassume control of Gaza. In the West Bank, it must clamp down on the violence perpetrated by extremist Israeli settlers and stop building new settlements that make it harder to imagine a future Palestinian state. Ultimately, the only way to ensure Israel's future as a secure, democratic Jewish state is by achieving two states for two peoples. And in the region, Israel should resume serious negotiations with Saudi Arabia and others to normalize relations and build a broad coalition to counter Iran. For now, Israel should focus on freeing the hostages, increasing humanitarian aid, protecting civilians, and ensuring that Hamas terrorists can no longer murder families, abduct children, exploit civilians as human shields, or start new wars. But when the guns fall silent, the hard work of peace building must begin. There is no other choice. Wow. Let's go. So that was the Hillary Clinton article on it that I never knew about. 1.5 months after October 7th. Less than 5 weeks after October 7th. November 14th, 2023. Wow. She was based until a centrist government thing. Why? Because centrist governments in Israel would probably still do some bad things. What the fuck is this? Drama.
Glonderbox also moderates his community super, super well. And he adjusted to a big infusion really, really well.
He does, and someone in the chat.
What are we talking about? That's me.
Which liberals had principles and which ones didn't. And I would say like all of them, I think, are like genuinely really, really good people. Like truly, like behind the scenes, their principles actually matter to them, like truly, and they do walk them out, which I can't say about all content creators or all liberals. Yeah. And
I wonder what percent of Palestinians are actually willing to do the T word. What? Transgenderism. Probably not many. I don't know.
And so, yeah, it sucks that like the way that their community is like cultivated.
Can you steelman the argument against giving Palestine its own state? Oh, yeah. I mean, the guess. The steel man against giving them their own state, I guess, is that they don't want one. That's probably what Israelis would say, or they would say that like they're never going to accept two states that entails the full recognition of Israel as a Jewish state. But that's all they would say. But then again, that's not even really a steel man though, because then it's like, okay, so if a leader does come along and say that they have like, this is what we want for the borders, this is what we want for Jerusalem, this is what we want for refugees, then you would have to give it to them. Now, if a leader comes and says that, and offers that and gives a clear offer on every like parameter, and Israel still says no, I don't really know what the steel man is for that. There's no steel man. Like if you want Israel to survive long term as a state, like if you want it to be like, I guess longer term, it still lasted for quite a while. But if you want it to last like properly as a state and like indefinitely, then you understand like the biggest problem there is like the occupation, right, of the West Bank and Gaza. Like that's the biggest problem, because you live in a situation where you either are just going to keep the place in limbo forever, which is a huge problem because it's just going to mean that there's like constant violence and terrorism and international pariahhood potentially, or you annex, which means you either lose your Jewish state through demographic loss, or you become an apartheid state, which neither of which are good, or you separate. And separate just seems to be like the best option of like the least problematic one. But yeah, so to that, there's no steel man. There's no steel man against like denying a state in like unconditionally.
Debating right now, in my opinion. Also, they might totally disagree, and like obviously like I feel bad that they're not here to like talk to us about it, because I might be characterizing their community unfairly. But also I think it's like a bit of a growing process. I think it's just a whole other skill to learn. Like I'm gonna have to learn it again if I go mega viral and I get like an infusion of like, say I get like 40,000 new subs, so I get like an infusion of like 200 to 300 extra viewers. I'm gonna have to relearn my community again.
Right.
Yeah. So Glonderbox also moderates his community super, super well, and he adjusted to a big infusion.
Get out of here, you guys. Take you all
He does,
out.
and someone
That's how
in
I
the
do
chat
it.
said,
except for me, Rootsy. Glonderbox, I fucking hate that mod, by the way. Fucking dumbass bitch.
"Oh shit, that's funny."
Oh no.
That's hilarious. I don't know who you're talking about.
Good.
But the joke. Oh, okay, it's a friend of yours.
Nope, not at all. I actually just don't like her at all.
Actually, hate.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
I'm
Someone
causing
in the
problems.
chat said, I don't remember who it was, and I don't want to scroll up, but like, the chats in some cases lead by example, and someone gave the example of like Hassan and his chat. And so like there's obviously some truth there, but Lonerbox, you're just speaking about him briefly. You're right. His chat, he has a good chat and a good like Discord community, and he leads from the top. He is a very principled liberal. He is very obviously and explicitly on the left, and I have open pass to jump in on his stream. You know what I mean? Like he's willing to listen to me. His chat is willing to listen to me and engage with me respectfully and thoughtfully. And that's great. And that's what we need. We need less polarization and radicalization. And we need more people talking to each other.
I agree. And I don't
Kumbaya.
want to see the left continue to eat itself. That's kind of like the main thing. Like we can't
Right.
keep getting mad at people who have like 10%, 15% differences. Even though one of my closest friends voted Trump, and the whole lead up to it, I was like, you're fucking dumb. And we would fight about it all the time. And now since then, I finally got him to acknowledge that he regrets it. Right. But at the same time, I still love this person. I still care about them. I know that if tyrants came,
I feel the same way about sea bugs. Where is he? Is he still here? Completely random shots. I don't know why you guys pretend the shots are random. Maruzzi is like very fucking aggressive, and obviously if you're aggressive at someone, if you're aggressive, some people might not like you. I feel like isn't that like what she does? Isn't she like a fighty person? Doesn't she have that in her fucking profile name? Ugh. It's just the game. It's just the game we play. Nothing compared to me and Embo. Wiz, you are like a knitted scarf compared to Maruz. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not a threatening person, okay? I don't even know if you think you are. You don't think you are. What? Wait, what? You're like Granny's little bowl of like vegetable soup, you know? You're Anyway. That was funny. That was funny. Who was the person on the left? That was Tallybots. Oh yeah, I am wondering why do we not have I haven't done emojis in a while. Where is it? I wonder if it's time to it's not really because we've kind of had a pretty steady level of membership for quite a while now. It's always hovered around. Actually, this is interesting because sometimes it's like yeah, it's usually hovered around 500 unless someone will come and gift like 100 one month. Yeah, 478 now. It's going to stay like that for the entire year. Well, I wish it was 400 average last year. Huh. Huh. No, that's months. What the fuck? How do I wait? How do I go by? That's not 20. I want 28 days. I want a year. Fuck you. Give me the annual cunt. All right. 365 days. Oh, it actually is steadily growing. It used to be 185 last year. Now it's 500 average. Huh. Okay. Anyway, I was just going to fucking. Oh no, wait. It was yeah, okay, yeah, it's still growing. Yeah, okay. But I need new emotes.
We need to get rid of some of the old Twitch emotes. We need the smug emote.
The smug emote? What, smug bug? When will you address my unjustified ban? Probably over the weekend. I need to do a whole thing like where I'm going to update community rules. I still haven't actually figured out what to do about the whole the snark cord. That's still something that I need to address. I completely forgot about that. Fuck. And then also community rules need to change, I think. And I think also there's some like other Discord drama that's got nothing to do with me that I need to look at too. Seems like some people have been accused of dastardly transgressions. That's a whole thing. You seemed so upset about it for like a week, went on vacation, and then forgot. Well, I forgot that I had to deal with it. Because it's like it was a problem. It's like a pretty fucking shitty thing. Yeah. I haven't figured out exactly like what to do about it. But we'll see. Wait, where's the fucking emotes? Where are they? They're supposed to be under memberships. Memberships. Badges, emoji, level, special features. Special features. You've got plenty of reading to look at. I really hope it's something. Because if I have to read like 70 pages of frivolous fucking bullshit, I'm going to be so mad. I will just ban everyone. But hopefully, you know, it's eliminating. Okay, wait. Can I add one now? Because I noticed that lots of people in chat say KEKW, but we don't have the emote. Can I download it? It needs to be a perfect square though. Discord emoji. Hey! Fucking ad block. Bro. Die. Get out of here. What's KEKW? It's that fucking stupid laughing face of the guy with the one tooth. Gimme. Download. Oh my god. Fucking loading screen. Hey. Download it? Okay. Now will it actually get in there? Upload. Sorry. Downloads. Oh, I thought I was showing my screen. I was about to do like a Vosh. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Put that one in. Save and publish. Does that actually put it in though? Did we ever get a Giga Stacy emote? I don't think so. I don't think we did, no. Hmm. You saw someone suggest it. What would be your equivalent of Vosh's horses? I'm pretty vanilla, so probably like nothing. I don't. Probably nothing. Apart from those 6 terabytes that I've got of your mum, but otherwise pretty vanilla. Pretty vanilla, you know. You just gotta live a little, but mostly vanilla. Pictures of Vaush. Oh. Unban request stream when? At this rate, we have to do once a week, don't we? At this rate, it has to be like a special occasion. Maybe even once a day. Discord. Why did someone DM me on Discord to say that they want me to stop saying the R slur? Jesus. Pretty impressive that Vosh saved face after that. I mean, I don't know if he saved face. He can like never show his face in public ever again. Or yeah, he just kind of has to live in his little fortress now. Can you imagine he's on Pierce and some like right winger brings that up and there's just or Pierce himself brings it up, then it's over. It's done. Fucked. Hello, spider. Hello? Why is he spider? Spider. What's he doing? Why is he just sitting there like a fucking tool? All right, whatever. I'll mute myself in there. Actually, I don't really need to. I can just do that. Okay. But Pierce, it was a goblin. Yeah, no, I know Pierce is definitely into some weird shit. He must be, right? That's why he's so. That's why he was talking about the Lord's CD cover, the Lord, not CD, the Lord cover with the fucking fanny in the plastic bag. You don't get upset by that and make a fuss about that unless you've got some weird shit going on.
Wait, Lorna, are you playing Baldur's Gate 3 or what?
Yeah, in the next gaming stream.
Oh, blurred. So you didn't scam Separate.
I mean, I've never said I was definitely gonna. I constantly tell people don't give me money for video games, like unless I say I'm definitely gonna do it. But no, yeah, I'll do Baldur's Gate. Yeah, fuck, give it a pop. See how it is. See how I feel about it.
You heard about that soccer player or a football player that died? Pretty crazy.
Who died? What?
I think a player is like Doja or something. I think he played for Liverpool.
Which one? Diogo Jota?
Yeah.
Jota?
I think it's Jota.
Age, I don't know. Age 28, he died. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy is, but damn.
Yeah. So like the timeline is he won a championship, and then he got married in June. So he won the championship in May, got married in June, and he died in July,
Damn.
I think. Which is brother and shit. That's crazy.
Oh, well, rip. Sorry that happened.
Yeah. Wait, watch.
Yeah.
Is it it's not the D watch, right?
No, it's a different one.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I just had some questions to ask. Like, before the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank, but after the armistice agreement, like I was just wondering, who did the West Bank belong to? Do you know
I
that?
have no idea.
I think. Yeah, so I have like some postulations. Like my first, like there were only 4 options that I could think about. The first one is that it belongs to Israel because Israel inherits the British mandate. The second one is that it belongs to nobody. It's just terra nullius. And the third one is that it belongs to the Palestinians, and then the fourth one, which like ties with the second option, is that it belongs to the Jordanians because like countries can annex land that belong to no one, right? So like,
okay.
So from my perspective, like the West Bank is like it's either like Israeli territory or like the whole thing, including East Jerusalem and the Kotel. It's Palestinian territory.
How does anyone argue one over the other about whether it belonged to Israel or no one? Because it's really those two, isn't it? Like Israel or no one.
Well, if it belongs to no one, then after the Jordanian annexation, it belongs to Jordan.
Yeah, but I'm asking like, what's the argument that it like? How do you choose one over the other? Like, is there any does one have legal precedent over the other, or?
Oh, which one has legal? Yeah, I think the most legally sound argument is that it should have been a one state. Like the land just like the Jordanian annexation is illegal, and it should have been to Israel. Like the concept of Oedipus is yours.
Okay, I'm curious.
Like
There was a case with the ICJ over Nigeria, where it was Nigeria and Cameroon, was it? And I think they. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
It's a maritime boundary, which is occupied by. It's de facto Nigeria because it's occupied by the armed forces. But I think because of Postulatus Juris, whatever the fuck, the ICJ ruled that it would be it was Cameroon in the 90s.
Yeah, like the UPJ, like it takes precedence over anything. I think there was also like an opinion piece by the vice president of the ICJ, like her name's like Julia something. He basically wrote that the West Bank should have been like Israeli territory, like it should have just been a one-state solution from the start.
Yeah, so
it was like an opinion.
The question is that when the ICJ was talking about the West Bank occupation, did UT? No.
Yeah, it did
UPJ, is that did that even get brought up in the arguments?
I don't think so. Like the international community, I think like have been quite inconsistent like regarding the subject. Like ideally, like in a world where like everything, like everyone, like the ICJ is following the international law as it is, like it should have been like a one-state solution from the start. Like that's the only way that you can argue against the Jordanian annexation is that like it's illegal because it belongs to Israel, right?
Well, I know that's the argument people use. Yeah.
Yeah, so either one, like we're living basically in a world where like two hypotheticals exist. Either the first one, where the concept of UPJ exists, and if that's the case, then like the land belongs to Israel, or like if you're saying that actually like this situation is an exception, and the concept does not apply in this case, then like the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, like does belong to Jordan, and Jordan like obviously they pronounce the land for the Palestinians, so like it should be for the Palestinians, including East Jerusalem, including the West Wall.
Yeah.
Like either one. I can't see any like anything in between.
I'd be also quite curious to see if there's anything in Resolution 242 that mentions UT. Sorry, UP. J. Yeah, fuck.
242 is non-binding, so like I don't even look at it at all.
Is resolution 242 non-binding?
Yeah, it's not binding.
Is 338 non-binding?
338, I don't know what that is. Like I know that there are like when you pass things through the UN Security Council, it could be either passing Chapter 6 or Chapter 7. Chapter 6 is not binding. Like I think 242, but it's passed through Chapter 6.
Resolution 242. I did not know that. Huh. It was adopted under Chapter 6. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not binding. Like it's completely irrelevant.
Well, just give it to Israel and force them to, and then just take them to the ICJ for not giving the people voting rights. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a problem though, right? Because like Israel doesn't really like Israel might say that they want it and they'll make these arguments, but like they also kind of don't want it because.
Right. Well, so what? Are you familiar with the situation in Sudan and Egypt? There's like a land that belongs to no one in between those borders.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so here I guess I can explain to you just really quickly. So there's this land, it's called like the Bir something, like I'll just call it Land B. And there's this other piece of land like on the coast. It's like called something triangle, like I'm not exactly sure what it's called. Like, but essentially, there are two administrative lines during like when Egypt and like Sudan were like under like colonial occupation. So there was like the first line, I think it was like in 1899, that grants like the undesirable land to Sudan and grants like the desirable land to Egypt. And then there was one in like 1902 that grants the desirable land for Egypt and like the undesirable land for Sudan. And basically like they're going back and forth about like who the undesirable land belongs to, because like if, for example, Egypt claims the undesirable land, that means they give up the desirable one for Sudan, right? So basically, like the reason why I bring this up is to show like how Israel is breaking, like is kind of bending the rules, because for Israel, what they're doing is that they officially annexed East Jerusalem, and if they've annexed East Jerusalem, the only way that they can like make this claim that East Jerusalem belongs to them is if they accept the boundaries of the British Mandate. Right, so like if they annex East Jerusalem, they need to annex all of like all of the West Bank, all of the West Bank. Like so, it's kind of like Egypt saying like actually we're gonna like take the valuable part and we're also gonna annex like the land that doesn't belong to anyone. Like you can't have it both ways. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like in my opinion, if you're saying like the concept of UPJ does not apply, like for the Palestinian perspective, like getting anything less than the entire West Bank, including the Wailing Wall, like it will just be a justification for like Israel like illegal settlements. Like you're just rewarding them for building illegal settlements.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're saying like it does apply in this case, then like it has to be a one-state solution. And you have to also accept the fact that Israel has been committing de jure apartheid this whole time.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, I do wonder. Where are there? Because in former Yugoslavia, they did apply UPJ pretty much everywhere, right? Despite considering minority rights, they still applied it.
I believe.
What are the exceptions?
I don't think there are any exceptions. I think the only exception is that what's happening right now in Palestine. Like because Israel just bends to the rules, like as I told you with East Jerusalem, like they can't annex East Jerusalem without annexing the whole thing. Like they have no claim. Like it doesn't make any sense, but they do it anyways.
Interesting.
I thought East Jerusalem was part of Israel already.
Yeah, they illegally annexed it. Like they have. I mean, if they want to annex it, they need to accept the British mandate. That's the only way that East Jerusalem can belong to them. But they don't do that.
Question: Is East Jerusalem, is that like a neutral?
They want an ethnic state. They want a Jewish state. They don't want equal rights for all.
Is that like a neutral zone between Palestinians and Israelis, or?
Sorry. Can you say that again?
Oh no, I said is East Jerusalem, is that like a mutual zone between Israelis and Palestinians, or? Because
Right
like no
now,
one
it's
can come.
annexed by. Right now,
So-
it's annexed by Israel.
I mean, like pre-annex, right? Like, was it like a?
Oh, pre-annexation, it was pre-annexation. It was supposed to be Jordanian territory, I guess. Like if you don't subscribe to the UPJ. So, like it's Jordanian territory, but the Jordanians, I'm pretty sure they renounced the land to the Palestinians, so technically it's Palestinian territory.
So like in like what 1988?
Yeah, I think so.
Crazy, bro.
Also, I watched your reaction to what's his face, Ryan Macbeth's video.
Yeah.
Here, 1 second. Like seeing his video, like that video, like it just cements the idea to me that he's not interested in truth, he's not interested in peace, he's just a propagandist who wants to launder Israel's reputation. Because he doesn't even want to talk about how Israel hinders peace in the West Bank or Gaza. Like, what do you think about that? Like, do you agree, or do you think like he's being fair?
Yeah, he's clearly pro-Israel. Yeah, like I don't think I've ever seen him, unless I've missed something. I've not seen him talk about the West Bank or anything like that ever.
I feel like
Yeah, like for that.
yeah, I feel
In the
well. I feel like
awakening,
Preston
right?
Stewart is like probably better than like Ryan Macbeth. I think.
Like,
My take.
what's happening in Gaza is like pretty clear to me that Israel like doesn't really like eliminating Hamas. I don't think is like their main priority. Like they haven't so far like offered anything an alternative to Hamas. Like they haven't propped up anyone other than themselves. They want to occupy the region and they want to expel the Palestinians. That's what it seems like to me.
Sorry, I'm just
Do you
reading.
agree with that?
Yeah, I think that seems the more likely thing that they want to do.
But he doesn't even bring that up. Like he just makes it seem like it's just Hamas that's a problem. He also doesn't bring up the fact that Netanyahu, he doesn't even want a two-state solution. He just wants one. Like the Israelis are the ones who want to. He talks about extremists, how the pro-Palestinian extremists want to expel the Jews from the land, but it's literally the Israelis right now are the ones who want to do that. So like it's just very bizarre. He doesn't bring that up.
Yeah, but I guess the other thing as well is that like I just don't know how. I feel like Netanyahu is also in a way one of those people who doesn't really want to commit to anything either. Like I don't think because the idea of annexing Gaza and making it part of Israel and kicking them all out and then moving settlers in this world, that's not something he actually seems to want to do right now because the public doesn't have any appetite for that. Like not really. The public doesn't want to
Also, the status
settle
quo
Gaza.
Yeah, and the status quo basically allows him to have all the benefits of like just annexing the West Bank without having to like without any of the consequences. So like I think in the sense that the status quo also like it's just with no pressure on Israel to like change its course, like it's the most preferable option to just like hold it indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, the ideal thing for him would just be like occupation. There would be some rebuilding, and then they would just spend the next fucking 50 years whack-a-moling little terror cells. Like, I think that would probably be his ideal because that's what he's used to, right? Like that's how he functions in the West Bank. And he can just be like, oh, how can we get peace? Look, these people don't want peace. They just keep on doing little like fucking suicide bombings or whatever. Yeah, that's probably.
Well, I didn't expect for you to agree with me. Like that was supposed to be my main point of contention. But if we agree, then I guess there's nothing much to talk about.
Yeah, I'm just reading this thing about the UPJ did come on. It mentioned once in the advisory opinion on the occupation, and it came from Sebutinde. The Nigeria is she Nigerian?
Sounds like it.
Okay. All right, I'll read this and
okay.
I'll chat to you guys later, okay?
Bye-bye. Sounds good to have you there.
Bye-bye. Furthermore, the advisory opinion also contains several shortcomings, particularly regarding the court's answer to question 2. In her view, the timeline proposed by the court for Israel's withdrawal from the occupied territories is impracticable and disregards the matters agreed upon in the existing negotiating framework, security threats posed by to Israel, and the need to balance competing sovereignty claims. Sebutinde also notes that the court's application of the principle of full reparation is not appropriate in the circumstances of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Finally, Vice President Sebutinde explains that the court has misapplied the law of belligerent occupation and has adopted presumptions implicit in the question of the General Assembly without a prior critical analysis of relevant issues. These include the application of ut posterius juris. Oh, this isn't actually her words, though. It's just someone like summarizing her complaint. Okay. Might be interesting reading this full dissenting opinion because apparently she's the only one who mentioned it. Huh. Whatever. That's for a different time, though. Okay. You got bullied in the H3 women's server. What, on Discord or where? That's funny. I want to see that. Why are you in a women's server if you're not? Are there men allowed in the women's club? What? Weird. Weird.
It's a Discord server, okay, but the majority of the server is women, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the context is suppose I said a retard in a VC or some shit, and then like Owen, he kind of like said, "Oh, did you say this in the VC?" But I don't remember because it was like 12 hours after the fact, and then yeah, I got bullied. It was that bad. It was bad. Okay, I got jumped. The whole 99% of the server, okay, is a woman. Okay, they fucking posted LinkedIn fucking profile pics and like glazing and like gassing up each other and shit. Like, oh my god, slay! Oh my god, and like I got jumped for possibly saying retard. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you gotta. If you're under someone else's roof, you gotta live by their rules. The fuck? You gotta have a fucking normie progressive server and call people retards. You're not supposed to do that. You can do that here.
Oh,
but not.
first of all, I don't remember saying it though. That's the problem.
Oh. Well, you probably
I got
did,
bullied
right?
by-
Like, it doesn't. It sounds like you.
I don't know, cause I wasn't really chatting in the VC. Yeah, but I got bullied. Okay, and the majority of the server is like 99% women. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Sounds like you
As
got
a black
owned.
man, DEI. Okay.
Wow.
Oh, wait, question. About the whole U.S. contractor shit. Was there people that were like part of the contractors? Were they part of the IDF, or was it like separate?
No, they're separate. Yeah. The contractors
Like
are
a
separate.
PMC, pretty much. Oh, so
Yes.
basically a PMC, right?
Yes, they're PMCs, yes. So the
Trinity,
distribution sites, the people who give the aid are the American contractors, and on the perimeter of the aid sites is the IDF. So the IDF typically keeps like a distance. They keep a big distance from the Palestinian people, like at least a few hundred yards. Yeah, because they're not the ones who want to hand out the aid. It's the Americans doing that. Okay.
Yep. Pretty good. That's thank you for the information. I'll get back to you if I have any other questions. Okay.
No problem. Take care, buddy. Bye bye.
Yep. You too.
Okay. The ADL condemned Trump. Let's go. Didn't take long. What did they condemn him for? What did he do? Is it for fine people on both sides? Imagine. Okay. Should I do a thing here about preliminary thoughts? Okay, I just want to read as much as I can about this. I think there's only like 5 articles about this that are, I think, crucial. About the aid sites in Gaza. So, what are some preliminary thoughts? One is new aid distribution strategy, mainly because Have you seen the difference between the Hebrew and English article? I've heard they're different, but I don't know. New aid distribution strategy aimed at distributing aid, avoiding diversion to Hamas and misappropriation by Hamas. Water was still distributed according through the old mechanism. Okay. What else do I know about it? I think it was the chief of staff, wasn't it? The chief of staff was kind of forced to come up with this. Well, the military, IDF, essentially pushed to present one of a handful of proposals drawn up by the IDF and presented to the cabinet. All right, so preliminary thoughts on this issue. Screening procedures are here's in the context of conflict in Gaza are a death trap, and have resulted in massacres in the past, 1950s. What else? The big gotcha from the Hebrew article is that soldiers were ordered to fire towards rather than at civilians. Well, like warning shots, basically, is the gist there. But obviously, they didn't just do warning shots; they shot people, right? You can't warning shot someone by shooting them. That's not how that works. Okay. What else do we think? GHF are American dipshit security contractors. There's probably ill-equipped to deal with crowds, especially when they are hungry and in the hot weather in the middle of a war zone, and when they are hungry and going hungry for weeks. IDF soldiers are trigger happy bed or young bedwetting trigger happy young trigger happy bedwetters are who are likely to fire on crowds when other things are still available. Okay. Hamas doesn't want Gazans to use the aid sites. Okay, and then several reports of shootings either in or on the road to these sites. Sites with parties blaming each other for opening fire. Okay, that's the gist that I got so far. Just from learning about it from cursory reading or just hearing people referencing it, but never actually going all the way into it as well. Some videos show crowds running away from gunshots, but few of them make it clear who is firing. And in which direction. Okay. That is until Haaretz article. All right. Just a disclaimer. I don't like Haaretz all that much in the way that they comment on this. I think what they provide is still valuable. Like, it is useful. They will report on some things that other outlets will miss. Jerusalem Post is just quite right-wing comparatively. Times of Israel, I think, are generally more accurate, but they're also very proper. So they're less likely to make an entire piece out of like a couple of anonymous statements from soldiers. So you're just not going to get something like this from them, at least not in breaking news. So yeah, Haaretz does have a role. The problem with them though is that they just are, you can tell they're very, and I don't know if their Hebrew versions are, people say that they're different, but they do have this, to me, it just seems like they have this tendency to try to, they very much see themselves as like speaking the language of like Western progressives, which is why they're popular among Western progressives, in a way that doesn't really resonate with Israelis at home, right? For example, it seems like one of these soldiers described what they were doing as a killing field. Like, they use that word. And again, like, soldiers can say what they want, but if we're speaking factually, like, the killing fields, I believe, just double check, are a reference to Cambodia, which is where like over 1 million people were murdered by the Khmer Rouge. And like, yeah, it's, yeah, where people were just like arbitrarily fucking murdered or arrested, and they just went up and down these places and just shot people en masse in all these different villages and like buried them in mass graves. So like, what's happening here with the aid sites is not quite like a killing field. Like, that's not what you would, and yeah, using this kind of like language is also, it's just like, it does work on Western leftists. Like, they love this kind of language, like, because it reminds them of the most extreme crimes of the last 100 years. But obviously for Israelis and people who have served in the military, see themselves being compared to Cambodia, like the Khmer Rouge, just makes you think like, yeah, they're not, that doesn't really resonate with them at all. But It doesn't mean that what the soldiers are saying is false in terms of describing what happened. It's just that this comparison's a bit, goofy. Anyway. IDF officers and soldiers told Haaretz they were ordered to fire at unarmed crowds near food distribution sites in Gaza, even when no threat was present. Hundreds of Palestinians have been killed, prompting the military prosecution to call for a review into possible war crimes. Netanyahu, Katz reject claims, call them blood libels. Okay, so here's the gist. Soldiers ordered to open fire. It's live rounds, yeah, to use live fire. Fire at unarmed crowds near aid sites, even when no threat was present. Military prosecution calls for review into possible war crimes. Surely they have the soldiers' names there, not anonymous sources. No, journalists use anonymous sources all the time. It's like one of those very childish kind of like assumptions that people think just because the source is anonymous that makes them like less credible, like we can't take them seriously, especially in the context where they would have a lot of incentive to be anonymous. But yeah, like it's not, no, anonymous sources, like journalists have a right to protect their sources. Bibi and Katz dismiss claimed as blood libels. Okay. Israeli soldiers in Gaza told Haaretz that the army has deliberately fired at Palestinians near aid distribution sites over the past month. Conversations with officers and soldiers reveal that commanders ordered troops to shoot at crowds to drive them away or disperse them, even though it was clear they posed no threat. One soldier described the situation as a total breakdown of the Israeli Defense Forces ethical codes in Gaza. Okay. Shootings ordered by commanders in order as a means of crowd control. It suggests, yeah, crowd control. One soldier described the situation as a total breakdown of the ethical codes. Okay. According to the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, 549 people have been killed near aid centers and in areas where residents were waiting for UN food trucks since May 27th. Okay. Health ministry claims 549 people killed near aid centers or waiting for UN food trucks from May to June 27. Over 4,000 have been wounded, but the exact number of those killed or injured by IDF fire remains unclear. The exact number of those killed by IDF fire remains unclear. Haaretz has learned that the Military Advocate General has instructed the IDF General Staff's fact-finding assessment mechanism, a body tasked with reviewing incidents involving potential violations of the laws of war, to investigate suspected war crimes at these sites. Okay. I'll put this here. Military Advocate General has instructed. Is this like a lawyer then? Instructed the general staffs. It's good to know which institutions are involved as well, like the way that these organizations work with a division of power and responsibilities. Because what people might say is they're going to be like, oh, this is the IDF investigating themselves. And it's like, that's not really how it works. Like, if you have an investigative body that's separate from the people who are potentially guilty of carrying out these crimes, then yeah, you're going to have like more accountability than just like is implied by they investigate themselves, right? Fact-finding assessment mechanism. In a statement released following the publication of this expose, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz rejected the claims, which they called blood libels based. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF aid centers, began operating in the Strip at the end of May. The circumstances of the foundation's establishment and its funding are murky. It is known to have been set up by Israel in coordination with US evangelicals and private security contractors. Its current CEO is an evangelical leader close to US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ooh. Okay. Blood libels. Where's the PMC? Okay. GHF. Foundation. Set up by Israel in coordination with US evangelicals and PMCs. Current CEO. Oh. An evangelical leader close to US President Trump. Okay. Ugh. I can see why chat is going to be very fucking sane as I just try to read about this and piece together all the information. Wonderful. Thanks, guys. The GHF operates 4 food distribution sites, 3 in southern Gaza and 1 in the center, known in the IDF as rapid distribution centers. They are staffed by American and Palestinian workers and secured by the IDF from a distance of several hundred meters. Okay, sites, 4 sites, 3 in the south and 1 in the center. Known as Rapid. And they've distributed 822 billion meals in the last 18 seconds. Facts. Okay. Staffed by American and Palestinian workers. Secured by the IDF from several hundred meters away. Thousands, and at times tens of thousands of Gazans arrive daily to collect food from these sites. Contrary to the Foundation's initial promises, distribution is chaotic with crowds rushing the piles of boxes. Since the rapid distribution centers opened, Haaretz has counted 19 shooting incidents near them. Okay, 19 incidents, that's important. 19 shooting incidents near the sites. Since opening. While the shooters' identities are not always clear, the IDF does not permit armed individuals in these humanitarian zones without its knowledge. So they say near the sites, but not in them. That doesn't rule out people shooting them from outside as well. Okay. But if it's inside the site, then it's going to be either the IDF or GHF, like 100%. Okay. IDF does not permit armed individuals in these zones without its knowledge. Suggesting, meaning any shootings that occurred within the sites. It will almost definitely have been from the IDF or the GHF. Okay. The distribution centers typically open for just 1 hour each morning. According to officers and soldiers who served in their areas, the IDF fires at people who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching, or again after the centers close to disperse them. Since some of the shooting incidents occurred at night ahead of the opening, it's possible that some civilians couldn't see the boundaries of the designated area. I'm just so what if the purpose is crowd control? Do they have anything? Do these soldiers, have they been given anything else other than guns? I feel like if your job is crowd control, you should have something that's not a fucking live round. But okay, rip. That's stupid. That's pretty dumb. Okay. IDF fires at people. Water cannon, perhaps, or tear gas, or yeah, and there's quite a few things. Big horses. That's what they fucking protesters. Okay. Fires at people. Who arrive before opening hours to prevent them from approaching, or again after the centers close to disperse them. Since some of the shooting incidents occurred at night ahead of the opening, it's possible that some civilians couldn't see the boundaries of its designated area. Okay. Some shootings occurred at night, meaning it's possible some civilians couldn't see the boundaries of the designated area. It's a killing field, one soldier said, where I was stationed between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force. No crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then, once the center opens, the shooting stops, and they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. That's a pretty strong statement. Bro. Yo. What about crowd control measures? I want to keep this slightly more organized. What the fuck? Oh, here. Soldier claims they have no control measures. Just live fire. Then, once the center opens, the shooting stops. Where is it? The shooting stops. And they know they can approach. Form of communication is gunfire. Wow. The soldier added, "We open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range. But there's no danger to the forces. According to him, I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons." He also said the activity in his area of service is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. That's pretty fucking mental. Activity in one area is referred to as Operation Salted Fish. Really version of Red Light, Green Light. How? IDF officers told Haaretz that the army does not allow the public in Israel or abroad to see footage of what takes place around the food distribution sites. According to them, the army is satisfied that the GHS operations have prevented a total collapse of international legitimacy for continuing the war. They believe the IDF has managed to turn Gaza into a backyard, especially since the war of Iran began. Okay. So IDF statement, IDF. I don't know why it's obvious. Yeah. Gaza doesn't interest anyone anymore, said a reservist who completed another round of duty in the northern strip this week. It's become a place with its own set of rules. The loss of human life means nothing. It's not even an unfortunate incident like they used to say. An officer serving in the security detail of a distribution center described the IDF's approach as deeply flawed. Working with a civilian population when your only means of interaction is opening fire, that's highly problematic to say the least. It's neither ethically nor morally acceptable for people to have to reach or fail to reach a humanitarian zone under tank fire, snipers, and mortar shells. The officer explained that the security on the sites is organized into several tiers. Inside the distribution centers and the corridor leading them inside the centers and the corridor leading to them are American workers, and the IDF is not permitted to operate in that space. A more external layer is made up of Palestinian supervisors, some of them armed and affiliated with Abu Shabab. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So in the corridor leading to the centers, staffed by American workers. American workers. The IDF is not permitted to operate in that space. A more external layer is made up of Palestinian supervisors. More external layer. I need to see a map of these sites. What the fuck? Is made up of Palestinian supervisors. Some of them affiliated with Abu Shabab. The IDF security perimeter includes tanks, snipers, mortars, whose purpose, according to the officer, is to protect those present and ensure the aid distribution can take place. At night, we open fire to signal the population that This is a combat zone and they mustn't come near. This isn't a map of the sites of like I want to see how the corridors work from the sites to this like to the sites and within like the shell. This isn't showing that. This is just the no-go zones. This is the evacuation zones, which again are from a particular day. Like the evacuation zones change all the time because of where they're operating. But this is not what I'm talking about. I want to know about the outer layer, which has the Palestinians, then the center itself, and then where the IDF are. Because I guess this is all like 100 something yards. Hey. I'm sorry, I'm spurging out. Fuck me. Okay. Huh. Are you sick too, brother? Hell yeah. Okay. In other cases, he said, we fired machine guns from tanks and threw grenades. There was one incident where a group of civilians was hit while advancing under the cover of fog. It wasn't intentional, but these things happen. Wow. Got the cough with it yet? Nah. You ain't got WoW on another monitor? No. Oh. We're just having fucking Discord community drama. Fuck. What fog? Yeah, there was I remember hearing about a story about fog. Fuck knows, man. Soldier claims we fired machine guns from tanks and threw grenades. There was of civilians was hit while advancing under the cover of fog. It wasn't intentional, but these things happen. Holy fuck, man. Yo. I just want to read about this fucking aid thing. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry. Fuck me. We need to get more control over the situation. Okay, I don't know why I just start reading, and you guys, I think because you're all kind of like retarded, then you all have to start spurging out and fighting with each other in the chat, and it's and then I have to fucking be expected to step in and make executive decisions, and fucking hell, man. God damn it. Fuck. Ugh. Pull it out. What? What do you mean pull it out? The fuck? We'll talk about it when you're done. No, we won't. People want my fucking opinions now. Shit. Ugh. Ugh. Put it on the table. The table will fall to pieces, okay? Because I'm packing that much explosive material, okay? Fuck. Bro. Ugh. I just want to read thing, okay. He noted that there were also fatalities and injuries among IDF soldiers in these incidents. A combat brigade doesn't have the tools to handle a civilian population in a war zone. Firing mortars to keep hungry people away is neither professional nor humane. I know there are Hamas operatives among them, but there are also people who simply want to receive aid. As a country, we have a responsibility to ensure that happens safely, the officer said. Okay. Blood libels, where is it? One, is it Destiny shit? No, I haven't really heard anything from that side of things for a while now, but tell you what, I'm just going to say one thing, and it's going to spark some discourse in the chat, and then I'll just see where people get when we come back to it. But I like when people talk about wanting to establish like standards in a Discord community for bigotry and things like that, right? I'm just wondering if people are aware that if there are some things that are okay, because again, this is a progressivoid thing. There are some things that are okay to say about some groups and they're not okay to say about other groups. And in some ways it's kind of understandable, right? Like the whiteness thing, like shitting on white people is kind of like funny, you know, for the most part, even though it's still racial. Like, of course it is. What else is it? Of course it's like and terms that target like white people or like cracker and all that, like these are slurs, but we obviously generally accept them because they're not particularly harmful. But applying it to the Israel-Palestine conflict, I don't think it's comparable, right? Because you can say Israelis have the more power and they generally live better lives and they're more safe and everything, but obviously some Israelis, like, they still live in fear and they have to go to bomb shelters and they've lost loved ones and they've like lived through the Second Intifada or like rocket fire, and they were panicking about where their family members were on October 7th. So I feel like, but then obviously we apply the black and white dynamic and how some things are okay if it's from some groups but not others, but we apply it to the Israel-Palestine conflict and we get in this issue where it's like, it's acceptable to talk about Israelis being kind of like unhinged, about being kind of like bigoted or being like incredibly right wing, or it's okay to make fun of the accent. You know that, like, it's like it's okay to make fun of that accent like anywhere, but if someone does like an Indian accent, then that's like racist, right? Or a Pakistani accent. And it's the same with like the generalizations as well. The generalizations when people talk about like radicalism in Israel, if people say it about Palestinians, they get called Islamophobic, right? So I'm just wondering like how many things are acceptable and whatnot. And obviously now the whole fucking rumpus that's happening in the chat is that like Sev comes on here and on this stream and he calls and he says yidders, like it's like a made up slur for Jews that I came up with. I think when I was in Israel, like it's such a stupid, or like generalizing Israelis like constantly, which Sev does do. Sev does generalize Israelis quite a lot, and people are generally okay with it because it's just like people generally have thick skin and all that. But then obviously Scarlett in chat gets a 30-minute timeout for calling him DEI, which again is like a joke that Sev tells about himself. And and now just the whole thing, and I'm just like, whatever, fuck. So that's your discourse, okay? Is it a whole thing? Well, it's part of a whole thing, right? Because you're not going to convince me that there's not like a double standard in general progressive spaces, that people are more tolerant of like racial or ethnic stereotyping or generalizing when it's against Israelis compared to Arabs, right? Like you're never going to convince me that's not a thing. So that's why I'm just, Sev is Israeli. Okay, you are trolling me. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. Bro. So really there's going to be a thing, and I'm going to consider this when I'm doing new community rules, is obviously I'm quite edgy. Not massively. I'm actually not that edgy at all, really. I'm just like, compared to progressive spaces, I'm edgy, yeah. I'm a little bit edgy. And obviously you guys probably are, because that's why you watch me, in part, I would like to think. But then there comes a question about the, there's going to be a whole fucking debate, or I just have to think about like, when it comes to Israelis and Palestinians, it is like, do we want to allow them to be, do we want to say that like it's all okay in terms of them, or like it's okay in both directions with them being like kind of racist against each other, provided it's not in like a purely like bad faith kind of like dehumanizing way, or none of it is? And I think I'm leaning towards it probably all is okay. Within reason. But when I say within reason, people are going to say, "With oh well," but you said within reason, and then I'm just going to pick out all the exceptions, which will all happen to only be in one direction. Yeah, it doesn't mean you can start calling each other fucking slurs and shit. Ooh. I get sent beeper emojis all the time. The only thing is, if you can dish it, you gotta take it. Yeah, but like, where are you getting sent beeper emojis? Like in this community? That's all. Yeah, like it's like an Arab sends a rocket emoji to an Israeli Jew, and then they send back a beeper, and it's like, okay, well, fucking, bro, is that actually okay? When have I ever complained about Scarlet? No, you haven't. My understanding of this interaction is it's that it seems like it seems like you both consent, but the the white mod doesn't. Oh no. Oh no no no. And complaining in the sense of like trying to moderate them, right? Not complaining in the sense of bitching. Anyway, sorry, I've got to read the article. Fuck. Oh yeah, one officer says. There was one incident where a group of civilians was hit. Advancing under the cover of fog. It wasn't intentional, but okay. He noted that there were also fatalities and injuries among IDF soldiers in these incidents. A combat brigade doesn't have the tools to handle a civilian population in a war zone. Firing mortars to keep hungry people away is neither professional or humane. Okay. I know there are Hamas operatives. Oh yeah, okay. I know there are okay. Also IDF injuries and fatalities in these incidents. I know there are Hamas operatives among them, but there are also people who simply want to receive aid. As a country, we have sure that happens safely. The officer pointed to another issue with the distribution centers, their lack of consistency. Residents didn't know when each center will open, which adds to the pressure on the sites and contributes harm to civilians. Yeah, this is a big problem as well. Dangerous logistical failures, e.g. residents not knowing when each center will open. Now that's a huge problem. Like because it's a simple problem. It would be you just put up a fucking sign or send your billion text messages that you're all capable of. Because you can't combine a situation where we don't make it 100% clear when the sites are opening, but also if you come too early, we're going to shoot at you. That's fucking crazy. That's so stupid. So that, yeah, communication. Okay, let's see. I don't know who's making the decisions, but we give instructions to the population and then either don't follow through with them or change them. Whoa. We give instruction, especially if it's a corridor. With the Americans, a corridor. Can you would just, if it's a corridor, you would take one sign. One sign solves the corridor problem. We give instructions to the population. Stupid is a very forgiving way of saying it. I hate you, Kostya. I hope you understand that you're like the worst person to engage with when I'm trying to talk about this stuff, but okay. Just to be clear, I'm going to save you the next 10 fucking years of you watching this channel. Or the next 10 minutes. You will never be satisfied with me morally, okay? Because you will always find something, there will always be something, like I will never meet the same tone that you demand of me to describe anything ever in this situation. So, sorry. Just That's the red line, okay? That's how you do it. That's how you do it in a marriage, okay? We give instructions to the population and then either don't follow through with them or change them. Fuck. Earlier this month, there were cases where we were notified a message had gone out saying the center would open in the afternoon. People showed up early in the morning to be first in line for food. Because they arrived too early, the distribution was cancelled that day. Bro. Fuck. Chase, that is way too close to the sun. What the fuck? That's like... At least with my one, you're changing more than just one letter. Fuck's sake. I'm changing 3 letters. That's like almost half the letters. The fuck? I wouldn't even say that. I don't know who's making the decisions, but we give instructions to the population. Okay. Earlier this month, there were cases where we were notified a message had gone out saying the center would open in the afternoon. People showed up early in the morning. Okay. Contractors as sheriffs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. According to accounts from commanders and fighters, the IDF was supposed to maintain a safe distance from Palestinian population areas and food distribution points. IDF was supposed to maintain safe distance. Okay. However, the actions of the forces on the ground did not align with the operational plans. Today, any private contractor working in Gaza with engineering equipment receives roughly $1,500 for every house they demolish, said a veteran fighter. They're making a fortune. From their perspective, any moment where they don't demolish houses is a loss of money, and the forces have to secure their work. The contractors, who act like a kind of sheriff, demolish wherever they want along the entire front. Whoa. As a result, the fighter added, the contractors' demolition campaign brings them, along with their relatively small security details, close to distribution points or along the routes used by aid trucks. In order for the contractors to protect themselves, a shooting incident breaks out and people are killed. He said, these are areas where Palestinians are allowed to be. We're the ones who moved closer and decided they endangered us. So for a contractor to make another 5,000 shekels and take down a house, it is deemed acceptable to kill people who are only looking for food. Okay. Contractors. Torture demolitions. Okay. There's with engineering equipment, paid shekels, $1,500 for every house they demolish. Houses. Close to distribution points. Putting themselves close to Palestinian area. Close to Palestinians. Okay. That we're the ones who moved closer and decided they endangered us. Yep. That's very problematic. A senior officer whose name repeatedly comes up in testimonies about the shootings near aid sites is Brigadier General Yehuda Vash, commander of the IDF's Division 252. There he is. It's Where's Waldo? The Where's Waldo of Israeli fucking crimes in Gaza. Brigadier General Yehuda Vash, commander of Division 252. Now, an officer of the division says Vash decided to disperse gatherings of Palestinians waiting for UN aid trucks by opening fire. That is Vash's policy. Many of the commanders and soldiers accepted it without question. Okay. It was to disperse gatherings by opening fire. Many of the commanders and soldiers accepted it without question. His division is not the only one operating in that area. It's responsible for northern Gaza, and therefore Vash's policy is relevant to those who loot UN aid trucks and not GHF sites. Oh. Gaza and is therefore relevant to looting of UN aid trucks, not GHF sites. A reserve tank soldier who recently served with Division 252 in northern Gaza confirmed the reports and explained the IDF's deterrence procedure for dispersing civilians who gather in violation of military orders. The teenagers waiting for the trucks hide behind dirt mounds and rush them as they pass or stop at distribution points, he said. We usually see them from hundreds of meters away. It's not a situation where they pose a threat to us. Okay? People often shot from hundreds meters away. In one incident, the soldier was instructed to fire a shell towards a crowd gathered near the coastline. Technically, it's supposed to be warning fire, either to push people back or stop them from advancing, he said. But lately, firing shells has just become standard practice. Every time we fire, there are casualties and deaths. And when someone asks why a shell is necessary, there's never a good answer. Sometimes merely asking the question annoys the commanders. In that case, some people began to flee after the shell was fired, and according to the soldier, other forces subsequently opened fire on them. If it's meant to be a warning shot and we see them running back to Gaza, why shoot at them, he asked. Sometimes we're told they're still hiding, and we need to fire in their direction because they haven't left. But it's obvious they can't leave if the moment they get up and run, we open fire. Makes sense? Can't click this because of the archive. The soldier said this has become routine. You know it's not right, you feel it's not right, that the commanders here are taking the law into their own hands, but Gaza is a parallel universe. You move on quickly. The truth is, most people don't even stop to think about it. Earlier this week, soldiers from Division 252 opened fire at an intersection where civilians were waiting for aid trucks. A commander on the ground gave the order to fire directly at the center of the junction, resulting in the deaths of 8 civilians, including teenagers. Okay. Incident where 252 opened fire at an intersection. Commander gave the resulting in the deaths of 8 civilians. The incident was brought to the attention of Southern Command Chief General Major General Yaniv Assor, but so far, aside from a preliminary review, he has taken no action and has not demanded an explanation from Vash regarding the high number of fatalities in his sector. I was at a similar event. From what we heard, more than 10 people were killed there. said another senior reserve officer commanding forces in the area. When we asked why they opened fire, we were told it was an order from above and that the civilians had posed a threat to the troops. I can say with certainty that the people were not close to the forces and did not endanger them. It was pointless. They were just being killed for nothing. This thing called killing innocent people, it's been normalized. We were constantly told that there are no non-combatants in Gaza, and apparently that message sank in among the troops. A senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza believes this marks a further deterioration in the IDF's moral standards. The power that the field commanders wield in relation to general staff leadership threatens the chain of command, according to, and this is everything about the aid sites done, right? Shelling civilians. Southern Command. There's still more about distribution centers. Let's just do all of it. Ooh. In recent weeks, the number of fatalities near food distribution areas has risen sharply, 57 on June 11th, 59 on June 17th, and around 50 on June 24th, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. In response, a discussion was held at Southern Command where it emerged that troops had begun dispersing crowds using artillery shells. They talk about using artillery on a junction full of civilians as if it's normal, said a military source who attended the meeting. An entire conversation about whether it's right or wrong to use artillery without even asking why that weapon was needed in the first place. What concerns everyone is whether it'll hurt our legitimacy to keep operating in Gaza. The moral aspect is practically non-existent. No one stops to ask why dozens of civilians looking for food are being killed every day. Another senior officer familiar with the fighting in Gaza said that the normalization of killing civilians has often encouraged firing at them near aid distribution centers. The fact that live fire is directed at the civilian population, whether with artillery, tanks, snipers, or drones, goes against everything the army is supposed to stand for, he said, criticizing the decisions made on the ground. Why are people collecting food being killed just because they stepped out of line or because some commander doesn't like that they're cutting in? Why have we reached a point where a teenager is willing to risk his life just to pull a sack of rice off a truck? And that's who we're firing artillery at. In addition to IDF fire, military sources say that some of the fatalities near the aid distribution centers were caused by gunfire from militias that the army supports and arms. According to one officer, the IDF continues to back the Abu Shabaab group and other factions. There are many groups that oppose Hamas. Abu Shabaab went several steps further, he said. They control territory that Hamas doesn't enter, and the IDF encourages that. Ooh. Is there anything on the live UA map about that, actually? Do you think, well, no Abu Shabaab have made it when they have spots on the live UA map, but do I have to full screen this? I don't believe they do, because this is all IDF, and the rest would be either Hamas or Abu Shabaab, I guess. Okay. Another officer remarked, "I'm stationed there, and even I no longer know who's shooting at whom." In a closed-door meeting this week with senior officials from the Military Advocate General's office held in light of the daily deaths of dozens of civilians near aid zones, the legal officials instructed that the incidents be investigated by the IDF General Staff's fact-finding mechanism. This body, established after the Mavi Marmara flotilla incident, is tasked with examining cases where there is suspected violation of the laws of war to fend off international demands to investigate IDF soldiers for alleged war crimes. During the meetings, Senior legal officials said global criticism over the killing of civilians is mounting. Senior officers in the IDF and Southern Command, however, claimed the cases are isolated and that the gunfire was directed at suspects who posed a threat to the troops. Wow. Solved. Jeez. A source who attended the meeting told Aretz that representatives of the Military Advocate General Office rejected the IDF's claims. According to them, the arguments do not hold up against the facts on the ground. The claim that these are isolated cases does not align with incidents in which grenades were dropped from the air and mortars and artillery were fired at civilians, said one legal official. This isn't about a few people being killed, we're talking about dozens of casualties every day. Although the Military Advocate General instructed the fact-finding mechanism to examine recent shooting incidents, these represent only a small portion of the cases in which hundreds of uninvolved civilians were killed. Senior IDF officials expressed frustration that the Southern Command has failed to investigate these incidents thoroughly and is disregarding civilian deaths in Gaza. According to military sources, Southern Command Chief Major General Yaniv Assor typically conducts only preliminary inquiries, relying mostly on the accounts of field commanders. He has not taken disciplinary action against officers whose soldiers harmed civilians, despite clear violations of IDF orders and the laws of war. An IDF spokesperson responded, Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that starves the Gazan population and endangers them to maintain its rule in the Gaza Strip. Hamas does everything in its power to prevent the successful distribution of food in Gaza and to disrupt humanitarian aid. The IDF allows the American civil society organization, GHF, to operate independently and distribute aid to Gaza residents. The IDF operates near the new distribution areas to enable distribution while continuing operational activities in the Strip. As part of their operational conduct in the vicinity of the main access roads to distribution centers, IDF forces are conducting systematic learning processes to improve their operational response in the area and minimize, as much as possible, potential friction between the population and IDF forces. Recently, forces worked to reorganize the area by placing new fences, signage, opening additional routes, and more. Following incidents where there were reports of harm to civilians arriving at distribution centers, in-depth investigations were conducted and instructions were given to forces on the ground based on lessons learned. These incidents were referred for examination by the General Staff's briefing mechanism. The Israeli army issued an additional response following publication of this exposé, saying it strongly rejects the accusation raised in the article. The IDF did not instruct the forces to deliberately shoot at civilians, including those approaching distribution centers. To be clear, IDF directives prohibit deliberate attacks on civilians. Okay. I'll throw that in as well. IDF response following the article. The Army added that any allegation of a deviation from the law or IDF directives will be thoroughly examined and further action will be taken as necessary. The allegations of deliberate fire towards civilians presented in the article are not recognized in the field. Wow. Well, okay. That's a pretty big piece. Okay. Let's get the link. Okay. 3 authors. Does anyone have the... Okay. Does it make sense to get the Hebrew version and then Google Translate it? Because you guys were saying it's a bit different. Like there's a few key words missing, but I don't know. Ethan was asked to be on Pierce. This article feels like propaganda, I have to admit. Well, it might, just because it's propaganda, that doesn't actually mean it's wrong, right? Like, that's not, it doesn't mean what the soldiers are saying is not true. Obviously, Haaretz has a lean. Their lean is like, let's make Western progressives like us. But that doesn't necessarily mean that what they're saying is always wrong. Show the proof then. Oh, like a video? Ynet, 8 sites. Because I believe Ynet, didn't they do a similar investigation and basically found the same thing? GHF 8 site killings. Does anyone know what I'm talking about here? Did Ynet not also do a piece on this? I know there's one from AP about specifically GHF. IDF gains control over 65% of the Gaza Strip. That's quite a lot. Wow. It's like an experience bar. Right, where do they talk about understanding small addictions? Based? Okay. Lorna should start a podcast. Fuck off. Fuck that. Where is it? What the hell? Do they not? Ynet, Gaza, aid hub, aid shootings. June? That'll be July. Huh. I thought Ynet looked into this as well. Maybe I'm wrong? Or is it a different Israeli source? Are they mentioned in the wiki? Ynet. Ynet! Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna read the AP one. Associated Press. GHF, Gaza, aid. Ugh. And then they responded 23 hours ago. Okay, so this is specifically about the GHF. I'll do this one too, and then I will do some comments, I guess. Whoa. That's 5 minutes long. Okay, we'll not watch the video now. We'll just read it first. AP article on GHF shootings. American contractors guarding aid distribution sites in Gaza are using live ammunition and stun grenades as hungry Palestinians scramble for food, according to accounts and videos obtained by the Associated Press. Okay, American contractors. Using live ammunition and stun grenades. Aid sites in Gaza. 2 U.S. contractors speaking to the AP on condition of anonymity because they were revealing their employer's internal operations said they were coming forward because they were disturbed by what they considered dangerous and irresponsible practices. They said the security staff hired were often unqualified, unvetted, heavily armed, and seemed to have an open license to do whatever they wished. Okay. 2 contractors speaking anonymously. Okay. Staff were often unqualified, unvetted, heavily armed, and seemed to have no accountability. They said their colleagues regularly lobbed stun grenades and pepper spray in the direction of the Palestinians. One contractor said bullets were fired in all directions, in the air, into the ground, and at times towards the Palestinians, recalling at least one instance where he thought someone had been hit. Okay. Colleagues lobbed stun grenades and pepper spray fired in the air, into the ground, and at times toward the crowds. At least one instance where the source thought someone had been hit. These are innocent people being hurt, badly, needlessly, the contractor said. He said American staff on the sites monitor those coming to seek food and document anyone considered suspicious. He said that they share much information with the Israeli military. Videos provided by one of the contractors and taken at the sites show hundreds of Palestinians crowded between metal gates, jostling for aid amid the sound of bullets, stun grenades, and the sting of pepper spray. Other videos include conversation between English-speaking men discussing how to disperse crowds and encouraging each other after bursts of gunfire. The testimonies from the contractors, combined with the videos, internal reports, and text messages obtained by the AP, offer a rare glimpse inside the GHF, the newly created secretive American organization backed by Israel to feed the Gaza Strip's population. Last month, the US government pledged $30 million for the group to continue operations. The first known US donation to the group, whose other funding sources remain opaque. Journalists have been unable to access the GHF sites located in Israeli military-controlled zones. The AP cannot independently verify the contractor stories. A spokesperson for Safe Reach Solutions, the logistics company subcontracted by the GHF, told the AP that there have been no serious injuries at any of their sites to date. In scattered incidents, security professionals fired live rounds into the ground and away from civilians to get their attention. That happened in the early days at the height of desperation where crowd control measures were necessary for the safety and security of civilians, the spokesperson said. Aid operation is controversial, okay? Gaza's more than 2 million Palestinians are living through a catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7, 2023, setting off the 21-month war, Israel has bombarded and laid siege to the Strip, leaving many teetering on the edge of famine, according to food security experts. For 2.5 months before GHF's opening in May, Israel blocked all food, water, and medicine from entering Gaza, claiming Hamas was stealing the aid transported under a pre-existing system coordinated by the United Nations. It now wants GHF to replace that UN system. The UN says its Gaza aid operations do not involve armed guards. So this is blue, is the route that they take. That's apparently where people were shot or where people opened fire. And then this is where the sites are. One here. They're all just in one little area. Apart from one. Okay. Over 57,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed since the war erupted, according to the territory's health ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and militants. GHF is an American organization registered in Delaware and established in February to distribute humanitarian aid during the ongoing Gaza humanitarian crisis. Okay, let's say GHF. GHF. Ooh. In February and registered in Delaware. Since the GHF sites began operating more than a month ago, Palestinians say Israeli troops open fire almost every day toward crowds on roads heading to the distribution points through Israeli military zones. Several hundred people have been killed and hundreds more wounded, according to Gaza's health ministry and witnesses. In response, Israel's military said it fires only warning shots and is investigating reports of civilian harm. It denies deliberately shooting at any innocent civilians and says it's examining how to reduce friction with the population in areas surrounding the distribution centers. AP's reporting from this article focuses on what is happening at the sites themselves. Palestinians arriving at the sites say they are caught between Israeli and American fire, said the contractor, who shared videos with the AP. We have come here to get food for our families. We have nothing. He recounted Palestinians telling him, "Why does the Israeli army shoot at us? Why do you shoot at us?" A spokesperson for the IDF said, the GHF, said that there are people with a vested interest in seeing it fail and are willing to do or say almost anything to make that happen. The spokesperson said the team is composed of seasoned humanitarian logistics and security professionals with deep experience on the ground. The group says it has distributed the equivalent of more than 50 million meals in Gaza in its food boxes of staples. GHF says that it has consistently shown compassionate engagement with the people of Gaza. Throughout the war, aid distribution has been marred by chaos. Gangs have looted trucks of aid traveling to distribution centers, and mobs of desperate people have also offloaded trucks before they've reached their destination. Earlier this month, at least 51 Palestinians were killed and more than 200 wounded while waiting for the UN and commercial trucks to enter the territory, according to Gaza's health ministry and a local hospital. Israel's military acknowledged several casualties as soldiers opened fire on the approaching crowd and said authorities would investigate. If you're asking about that 70% figure, the 70% figure was one that was walked back by the health ministry because it was including a bunch of unverified numbers from the Gaza media, the government media office. So the health ministry numbers were always reliable, but the media office was not. Or always seen as reliable, generally. Okay. Fucking hell. All right. AP spoke to the two contractors for UG Solutions, an American outfit subcontracted to hire security personnel for the distribution sites. They said bullets, stun grenades, and pepper spray were used at nearly every distribution, even if there was no threat. Okay. UG Solutions, American outfit subcontracted to hire for the sites. Two contractors said bullets, stun grenades, and pepper spray were used at nearly every distribution, even if there was no threat. Videos of aid being dispensed at the sites seen by AP appear to back up the frenetic scenes the contractors described. The footage was taken within the first 2 weeks of its distributions, about halfway into the operations. In one video, what appear to be heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites in Gaza discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby. One is heard saying he has arranged for a show of force by Israeli tanks. Whoa. I don't want this to be too aggressive, he adds, because this is calming down. Okay. You found an 18-year-old YouTube video of Cenk talking about Farfor's death, and I don't know what to feel. Hang on. Where's that? I want to see that. Where's Cenk talking about Farfor? Hell yeah. I'm sure that's amazing. Okay. Whew. At that moment, bursts of gunfire erupt close by, at least 15 shots. Woo, woo, one contractor yelps. Jesus. I think you hit one says. Then comes a shout, hell yeah, boy. Wow. The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. Okay, that sounds very American. Video 1. Video shows contractors firing and cheering. As one says, I think you hit one, and another responds, hell yeah, boy. Wow. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were departing. The men shot both from a tower above the site and from atop the mound, he said. The shooting began because contractors wanted to disperse the crowd, he said, but it was unclear why they continued shooting as people were walking away. The camera does not show who was shooting or what was being shot at, but the contractor who filmed it said he watched another contractor fire at the Palestinians and then saw a man about 60 yards or meters away, okay, in the same direction where the bullets were fired, drop to the ground. This happened at the same time the men were heard talking, effectively egging each other on, he said. In other videos furnished by the contractor, men in grey uniforms, colleagues, he said, can be seen trying to clear Palestinians who are squeezed into a narrow, fenced-in passage leading to one of the centres. The men fire pepper spray and throw stun grenades that detonate amid the crowd. The sound of gunfire can be heard. The contractor who took the video said the security personnel usually fire at the ground near the crowds or from nearby towers over their heads. During a single distribution in June, contractors used 37 stun grenades, 27 rubber and smoke scat shell projectiles, and 60 cans of pepper spray, according to the internal text communications shared with the Associated Press. The count does not include live ammunition, the contractor who provided the video said. Okay, that's interesting. In one distribution, contractors used 37 stun grenades, 27 rubber and smoke, scat shell, projectiles, and 60 cans of pepper spray. That's a lot. The count does not include live ammunition. One photo shared by that contractor shows a woman lying in a donkey cart after he said she was hit in the head with part of a stun grenade. Look at this fucking mess, dude. Holy fuck. An internal report by Safe Reach Solutions, the logistics company subcontracted by GHF to run the sites, found that aid seekers were injured during 31% of distributions that took place in a 2-week period in June. Okay, oh, they got fucking internal reports. Shit. Safe Reach Solutions. Internal report found aid seekers were injured during 31% of distributions that took place in a 2-week period in June. More videos show frenzied scenes of Palestinians running to collect leftover food boxes at one site. Hundreds of young men crowd near low metal barriers, transferring food from boxes to bags, while contractors on the other side of the barriers tell them to stay back. Some Palestinians wince and cough from pepper spray. You tasting that pepper spray? Yuck, one man close to the camera can be heard saying in English. SRS acknowledged that it's dealing with large, hungry populations, but it said the environment is secure, controlled, and ensures people can get to the aid that they need safely. Verifying the videos with audio analysis. Okay, to confirm the footage from the sites, AP geolocated the videos using aerial imagery. The AP also had the videos analyzed by 2 audio forensic experts who said they could identify live ammunition, including machine gun fire, coming from the sites, in most cases within 50 to 60 meters of the camera's microphone. In the video, where the men are heard egging each other on, the echo and acoustics of the shots indicate they're fired from a position close to the microphone, said Rob Meyer, a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Montana State University and an author and research expert in audio forensic analysis. Meyer and the other analyst, Stephen Beck, owner of Beck Audio Forensics, said there was no indication that the video's audio had been tampered with. The analyst said that the bursts of gunfire and the pop sequences in some of the videos indicated that guns were panning in different directions and were not repeatedly aimed at a single target. Okay. Audio analysis. Oh, audio analysis. Let's see. Bullets. Guns panning in different directions and not repeatedly aimed at a single target. Unable to pinpoint exactly where the shots came from or who was shooting. GHF says the Israeli military is not deployed at the aid distribution sites. Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, an army spokesman, said the army is not stationed at the sites or within their immediate proximity, especially during operating hours. He said they're run by an American company and have their own security. Ooh. One of the contractors who had been on the site said he'd never felt a real or perceived threat by Hamas there. Okay. American analysts and Israeli soldiers work side by side, contractors say. It's 2 more bits, okay. According to the contractor who took the videos, the Israeli army is leveraging the distribution system to access information. Both contractors said that cameras monitor distributions at each site and that American analysts and Israeli soldiers sit in a control room where the footage is screened in real time. The control room, they said, is housed in a shipping container on the Israeli side of the Kerem Shalom crossing into Gaza. The contractor who took the videos said some cameras are equipped with facial recognition software. In live shots of the site seen by the AP, some videos streamed are labeled analytics. Those were the ones that had the facial recognition software, said the contractor. If a person of interest is seen on camera and their information is already in the system, their name and age pops up on the computer screen, said the contractor. Israeli soldiers watching the screens take notes and cross-check the analyst's information with their own drone footage from the sites, he said. The contractor said he did not know the source of the data in the facial recognition system. The AP could not independently verify his information. An internal SRS report from June, seen by the AP, said that its intel team would circulate to staff a POI mugs card that showed photos of Palestinians taken at the sites who were deemed persons of interest. The contractor said he and other staff were told by SRS to photograph anyone who looked out of place, but the criteria were not specified, he said. The contractor said that photos were also added to the facial recognition database. He did not know what was done with the information. SRS said accusations that it gathers intelligence are false and that it never used biometrics. It said it coordinates movements with the Israeli authorities, a requirement for any aid group in Gaza. An Israeli security official, who was not named in line with the army's protocol, said there are no security screening systems developed or operated by the army within the aid sites. Okay. It was a rushed rollout, the contractors say. Okay. The several hundred contractors hired by UG Solutions landed in Israel in mid-May, not long before the first GHF site opened in May 26th. The rollout was jumbled and lacked leadership. Is he saying that everyone involved in the shootings was an American contractor? No. No. But they're saying that at least some were. At least some. Whether it's a minority or majority or equal distribution, I have no idea. My guess is like the IDF, Hamas, and Abu Shabaab and these guys will all be responsible for a share of the shootings. How it's distributed, I have no idea. Okay, the rollout was jumbled and lacked leadership. Some of the men had been recruited only days prior via email asking if they wanted to work in Gaza. Many had no combat experience and were not properly trained in offensive weapons, he said. SRS did not provide the staff with draft rules of engagement until 3 days after distribution started. Whoa. Rushed rollout. Contractors only recruited days prior via email. Many with no combat experience or proper training in offensive weapons. That's crazy. Okay. SRS did not provide the staff with draft rules of engagement until 3 days. Okay. No draft rules of engagement provided until 3 days. All right. The draft rules seen by the AP say deadly force may be used only under extreme necessity and non-lethal weapons may be used in an extreme situation on unarmed individuals who are physically violent. Okay, draft rules seen by AP say to only use deadly force under extreme necessity. Non-lethal may be used in an extreme situation on unarmed who are physically violent. The Palestinians seen in the videos don't appear to be physically aggressive. SRS says there have been occasional altercations at the sites between aid seekers, but none have involved its staff. Each contractor was equipped with a pistol, stun grenades, tear gas, and an Israeli-made automatic rifle capable of firing dozens of rounds within seconds, said the contractor who took the videos. In an email from May shared with the AP by a third party, one high-ranking contractor wrote to the head of UG Solutions and called the operation Amateur Hour. He wrote that the sites did not have enough staff or resources, making them not sustainable and not safe, according to the email seen by the AP. The contractor said none of the men in Israel working for UG Solutions were tested to see if they could handle a gun safely. One said the rushed rollout also meant not everyone could zero their weapon, adjust it to one's personal specifications to ensure proper aim. Military experts say not zeroing a weapon poses a significant risk. Okay. Not everyone could zero their weapon, meaning it couldn't be adjusted to personal specifications, ensuring proper aim. Aim. Military experts say this is very bad. Hey, and now our two IDF guys in chat are being like, whoa, that's really bad. You gotta fucking zero your weapon, bro. Well, now we know. You gotta zero your weapon. Else you're fucked. Good wording. Yeah, you know, just trying to loosen the load, right? Zeroing the weapon means it'll go where you aim it. Well, that's important. Right? You don't got to be Stonewall Jackson to know that you want your weapon to shoot where you aim it. A spokesperson for UG Solutions, Drew O'Brien, said, or O'Brien, whatever, said that UG had an extensive recruiting and training process, including a detailed application process, screening by experts, reference checks, background checks, and weapons proficiency. The group said it prided itself on repeated quality control checks once missions are underway. O'Brien said the group was unaware of video showing gunfire from someone believed to be a UG Solutions contractor. He said he couldn't comment on the allegations without seeing the videos. The two contractors warned that if the organization continues as is, more lives will be at risk. If operations continue in this manner, innocent aid seekers will continue to be needlessly injured, said the contractor who took the videos, and possibly killed. Okay. Got him. Well done, Wonderboy. Okay. Fuck me. I thought I would read more than 2 articles, but they were both long, and also my throat is absolutely killing me. Fuck's sake. What the fuck? Good work. Thanks. We're not done though. We need to do more. If it's the investigative body, is it the same mechanism that investigated the WCK bombings? Because if it is, that would suggest that they are going to be quite quick with it, right? Like it might, because I think with WCK it took like a week for them to get the investigation through. But obviously this is more than one incident. This is like a month, like 2 months worth of incidents. Is this real? I feel like I've seen this already, but it's a different video. I think this is in England, right? It's a Palestine activist doing a speech, and this guy. Is this real? With my hand. Is this AI? Because I saw there's another one where the guy goes up to Diane Abbott and takes a wig off, and it looks so fake. But he's got fucking Britain shorts and shit. This is AI, right? Because I've seen there's other versions of this. Like it's AI. I think it's AI. Not cool if it's real. Yeah, that's assault. Shouldn't do that. Could an illegal action by the IDF be adjudicated by Israeli courts? Yeah, I mean, this is like what pretty much any country can do, right? Like American war criminals, they go to jail in America if they don't get pardoned, thanks to Mr. Hegseth. Okay. I feel like it's like taking 8 times as much energy to say a single word. And it's hurting me. So I should probably just chill, you know, probably take the rest of the day off. Oh, 4 hours. Fuck. Bro, we have so much to do. Warrior crimes. True. Facts. Gaming stream. I might do a thing on the weekend, but I mostly just want to recover my fucking gullet, my throat, my gizzard. Yeah. Okay. Two-sentence summary so far. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Those 2 words, not sentences. Whoops. Oh, donos. Hang on. Raiders Cat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Mr. Box is a cutie. Wow, shit. Richard G, thanks for the 199. That's how hierarchy of racial justice works. Okay. Vivi, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Andratom, thanks for the 25 PLN. I pray every day no weird stuff comes up about Lonerbox. In my honest opinion, Baldur's Gate 3 is not a good game for this type of stream when people constantly talk. Oh, really? Oh, no. Turner, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Jane Socks for the $10. And JS, thanks for the 27 Swedish. Get well soon. And Orders, thanks for the tier 4 sub. That's so generous. God. No weird stuff coming up about me. No, I'm pretty vanilla, bro. Pretty vanilla. Pretty well behaved. Okay. But also, get me the hell out of here. Fuck. IRI is debating on TikTok. Okay. Go there, guys. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye, etc.